Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Oh. Did I not press that? Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, what's up?
Hey. Hello.
I don't know. What is up?
Portal.
Did anyone else portal while I was gone?
Portal.
A lot of people portaled in the last 4 hours, but nobody in the last 15 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think that I know of.
That's good. That's good. I feel better now.
Yeah.
I was
You're up to
worried.
date.
I am up to date.
I believe you're up to date on all things portal.
Old Danny K is the last one.
No, there was Prince Will.
Prince what?
Yeah.
You didn't know about Prince Will, John?
No.
Prince Will.
No.
Oh, yeah. He's gone, folks.
Oh, great. Now, guess what I have to do now?
Add it
have
to
to
the
go
list?
have to go a size smaller on the old graphic.
You know what, Josh? You know what would make this easier? If John was using Canva to do this.
No, it wouldn't. Same.
John has his system.
I
You
got my
guys
system
let-
and it works.
Yeah, let him do it. Because if you put Canva on him, all of a sudden he'd be like, I don't know how to use this. And it would make it way harder. So just let him use
I
his
like
power.
how you just roasted John, but also said let John be his old self.
Exactly.
Canva.
Whenever I see an old person talk about how they don't like new phones, I say,
I guarantee
it's fine.
you.
Let
I
him do it.
guarantee you Canva Nazis.
Whoa. Wow.
That the amount of work and uploading required to change the Canva versus the work that required to change what I'm doing here on the PowerPoint.
For you.
No, for anybody.
For you.
For anybody is at best exactly the same.
I don't know about that.
It's all done. It's done.
I could have got it done faster.
the only thing
You guys should have a race. Ooh, a race.
That'd be
the only
fun.
thing I have to do is
I'm weeding.
make sure that I spelled Uman correct.
Yep.
Ooh, you man.
Uman Mielen.
I think I got it. Wow, I didn't even have to. Wow.
Uman.
And now he's gone, John. So all that knowledge doesn't mean a damn thing anymore. Who cares?
gone.
He's gone, folks.
He is
Ugan
gone.
Mielen.
Nice.
All right, so Princewell and
Okay, I
Kalen.
made that joke. Happer just made it louder.
You
Prince
said
Well-
Ugan, and I just finished it.
Uman Mielen, Kalen, and Bear are the only ones today, correct?
A bear was
Yeah.
last night.
Oh, Bear was last night?
Yes.
Okay, but those are the last.
John, do you have a graphic for coaches coming in for the
No,
the
because-
scuttlebutt? Like
no,
the
I
wide
don't do-
receivers coach from Kentucky? What about
Nope.
him? What about that
Nope.
guy? No,
There ain't no
nothing?
transfer portal for those people. They just.
All right.
Those
It's just life. It's the
those
life
people.
portal.
You know what? Nick can create a Canva for it and have big ass outlines around tiny baby boy coat.
Good idea.
Oh, Nick, that's a great
as he-
idea.
as he's walking out
have
the door.
Garrett McGuire and have it say reassigned. And so it's Garrett McGuire, but it's a massive outline. I love this idea.
Great idea.
By the way, what is he being reassigned to? Lunch monitor?
Nice.
Lunchroom monitor?
Hall
Isn't-
monitor, John.
Isn't it amazing that when we started calling him Tiny Baby Boy, a lot of people were really, really mad at us.
They were.
Oh,
They
were
hated that.
mad?
And now everyone's like, fire that guy. He's 12 years old.
Fire the child.
Seriously.
Get
Yeah.
rid of the child.
When I let
We're
somebody
vindicated.
know about this news last night, and the response that I got was, call Child Protective Services.
Well, maybe if he was more worried about doing his job than watching
Whoever
Bluey.
made that joke made a funny joke.
I would agree, John. It was a very funny joke, and it made me
Whoever
giggle.
did that joke,
It was
a good joke.
great joke.
Yep,
Call
very
the Child
funny.
Protective Services.
Yeah,
please.
shout out to that person, to that
Josh
unnamed
says
person.
That
They
person.
made us stop calling him that.
They did.
That's right.
They
Yeah.
did.
They
They shamed
shamed
us.
us.
recruiting. He's good
They shamed us, man.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
now
it's gonna
look.
hurt
And now look at
recruiting.
you all. You're
Right.
all looking at
Hey,
him like
do
he's
you-
12 years old.
Right,
John, do
recruiting.
you think that's maybe why wide receivers weren't blocking very well, because they had listened to the Grum and the Connor Happer show call him Tiny Baby Boy, and if they had not listened to him, maybe they would have respected him and actually blocked defensive backs?
Maybe.
Maybe
That
that
could
would
be. If that's the case, we want to thank Jamal Banks for listening to the Grum.
Shout out Mr.
And
Banks.
taking the wrong message. We only called him that because Connor started doing it as a joke. By the way, he still calls him Dylon.
I do.
He does.
I do. You're not going to
people
stop
not-
me from doing that.
Why do people hate you calling him Dylon so much?
Because I don't know. They don't like it when I say things wrong.
It's disrespectful.
John says Washington. People from the state of Washington don't reach out to
Washington.
I love saying Washington. And the whole reason I say Washington really has nothing to do with Washington. That's the way that a former governor of this state used to call it when in his political ad saying, and I'm not going to let those people from Washington tell me what to do with our money.
Or a washing machine. Many people call it a washing machine.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it just, I admit it. I worked myself into a shoot. I started doing it and now I can't stop.
Kenneth says they don't want me to call him Dylon because obviously they haven't seen Chappelle's show. Exactly. They don't get the joke.
Dylon.
Oh, see, I didn't know that was a Chappelle show.
Oh, I
thought you were just doing a bit.
That's good though.
Gotcha.
Odson writes, how come doing the alternate lowercase capital letter thing? How come the media never tells us stuff beforehand? We told you he was a damn child and you told us to shut up. Wow, shout out to the media.
Oh, good job, us.
Yeah, shout out to us. We got it done, folks.
We're back. Well, we also did we get guilted into not saying tiny baby buffs anymore? Or what happened with that?
No, I think we just
they lost.
Colorado won by 20, and we were like,
Yeah.
this is pretty. And also, John doesn't have TweetDeck anymore, and so the account. John was the one who did the majority of the tweets from it, and so when John didn't have access, it just kind of went.
Yeah,
I think I lost it too.
When tweet
People, I still have access to it. People still tweet at it every now and then. Let me see if I can find the last one.
You know who does have TweetDeck now? Mr. TweetDeck.
Mr. Tweet. We gave it to him last time.
We did.
Yeah, indeed. The last person to tag Tiny Baby Buffs was Dave Fight.
Nice.
Yeah, here, I'll retweet it for those who are like, I missed this account, and then you can see it. All right, let's see. It's a tweet from September 18th, and it should be back on everyone's timeline all over again. So there you go.
Over and over.
Tiny
and over
baby buffs. I also lost access to the Big Red Overreaction account, which is that just gone now?
Yeah, I've reached out to Mr. Elon because the password needs to be fixed, and the email that it goes to is owned by someone who doesn't work at the building anymore.
Classic.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, and we have like 13,000 followers on it, so like it'd be nice to have access to.
I know we do, but I think wouldn't it just be better if we just use the 1620 the zone account?
You're saying streamline.
Yeah, streamline. We don't need
take away alternate jerseys.
I understand. Well, yes,
Trev,
absolutely.
Damn.
But I understand why you guys have a show account. We have a show account.
Mm-hmm.
Harry's got a show account. But for a show that only runs 12 and in some cases 13 weeks a year, I don't think it needs a special one because I never, even when I had access to it, I never went to it.
See, I still see the mentions. I have all of the mentions on my.
I see the mentions, and I use it when we promote, like, "Hey, coming up tonight, 1:00 or whatever."
It's just another account that we can reach. I don't know who follows what. I assume everybody who listens to our show on a daily basis will follow all of them.
Yeah,
but it's just another audience that you can
reach out to.
I would prefer we just utilize the 1620 the zone account.
So we need to tell people to stop tweeting at it then. Don't tweet at Big Red Overreaction on game days.
I don't know if I shouldn't say ever. I don't think this year when I hosted the show I ever mentioned BR Overreaction.
We've gotten into the habit of each of us just saying BROR, right? Just and then tweeting out the graphics with it. In some cases, the graphics are altered in various ways. Although I forgot to do those for each of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, you didn't do one for the game that you and I did when Nebraska made a bowl.
I was busy. It was busy.
Yeah. Interesting happened.
I was definitely busy last week. Yeah, hanging out by a pool.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yelling at kids at White Castle.
Nice. When you go 1-5 in the second half, do you deserve alternate graphics?
That's true. There is a lot less excitement to host Big Red Overreaction when things are in a tailspin.
For this season, what's your Big Red Overreaction record?
Okay, so I did Iowa, Wisconsin, so I'm at least 1-1. I did Colorado with John. That's a win.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I did. I had to have done at least one more, right? Rutgers? Maybe?
You and I did Rutgers, Happer. Yeah. We did Rutgers.
Holy crap, so I'm 3-1?
Wow, look at you.
I think I went 3-2. I think my wins were
I don't remember.
Let's
the
see.
shows
I did. Oh wait, no. I think I went 2-2 because I did not do the Colorado game. So I did the Illinois game loss. I did the Rutgers game win.
I think I did UTEP.
I did the UCLA game loss, and I did the Wisconsin game win. So yeah, I went 2-2.
You did do UTEP.
So I was 4-1 this year.
Dude, wow.
You did 5?
Yeah, I definitely did more than everybody else for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I was 2.
The Happer chunk.
I was 2-2.
Ouch.
Yeah. The 2-2 boys.
But that also means that I got a lot of the easy games.
2-2, and 3 of them were on location.
Wow.
What, Colorado, Illinois?
Twice in the North Bottoms, and then at Cross Train for UCLA.
Nice.
Wow.
Jeremiah says, I'm a Monday to Friday guy. Wonder how much of your audience is an overreaction crowd. Do you guys have the numbers for something like that? So we do hear from same callers on overreaction nights, but man, we also hear from some freaks that show up.
There is very little overlap usually on Big Red Overreaction of people who are regular callers to our shows.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. You get the people that are driving and there's 3 people in a car and they all call over the course of a show. That doesn't happen on a normal Tuesday.
Oh no.
Right, but the caller volume for the regular shows is far less than
That's true.
Overreaction is truly a caller driven show.
Look at this horrible comment from Shane.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Nominate Connor to host Big Red Overreaction permanently going forward.
And Husker Country says agree Shane.
Wrong.
Wow.
Incorrect.
Great takes.
I did volunteer to host if it's not one of the bowl games.
Martyr baton,
No,
John.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Here, I've had it for a while. You can take it.
Yeah, Nick.
I volunteered for the games that don't have a Creighton conflict. So it's the Pinstripe and the Rate Bowl, I think. If it's one of those two,
yeah,
I'm good.
I think it's going to be Pinstripe, John. I think you're going to be hosting.
I suggested that there should be a pregame show too, and they sell it.
That's a great suggestion.
And
wait, for the bowl game or for overreaction in general?
Yeah, for the bowl game.
For the bowl game.
A watch
Why
party
not?
could be fun too.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like another cross-train event.
We're
Yeah,
off.
that's a
We're
fun
off
idea.
the entire week prior for Pinstripe.
Yeah,
and that game
Pinstripe.
takes place on a Saturday. So I mean, I wouldn't mind getting up on a Saturday.
Wouldn't we all like to congregate at the 84th and I-80 Denny's, which I have now established, delicious restaurant? Have breakfast at Denny's, and then maybe go in the back where the manager has
breakfast at Denny's,
where the manager might have a TV in the back office.
That sounds awesome.
We have a watch party with the manager, and then we come back out and have like sandwiches at Denny's.
Big Red Overreaction brunch.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll eat some breakfast. Because isn't the Pinstripe Bowl 11 a.m. our time?
That's what I'm saying. We'd have to do a breakfast pregame.
Yeah.
Gosh, that'd be a game that I would want to go to, though. I would love to go. I would love
the
to
Pinstripe
go.
Bowl.
To go?
Yeah. Oh, you want to go?
Yeah, I would love to.
How much money do you have? How are you going to New York City
money.
at Christmas time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be probably pretty hard. I never looked into this.
Is your wife going to let you go? You just got
Why
back
don't you
from
ask?
Vegas.
Hey, what do you mean?
Hey, you know what you could do? You could ask for Tiny Baby Boy's seat. He won't be using it on the plane.
Excellent point.
And his room.
Extra space on that.
Mhm.
No, I mean, watching Nebraska football take over New York City and everybody be scared of the subways.
Take over New York City, all 3,000 of their fans that make the trip.
They're going to take it over.
You think?
I think there would be a pretty big migration of
Yeah,
fans.
because all the talk was before the Iowa game that they'll have 30,000 fans in the bowl game. Blah blah blah.
It wouldn't be that much.
You think New York would mute it somewhat?
Definitely.
Yes.
I mean, 100%, completely. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jimmy
you
says,
would
I'd
never
honestly
know.
go in a heartbeat. Jimmy and Happer together commenting in the YouTube comment section going to a bowl game. How about that, Happer?
Have you already put in for various hotels for the different locale that it could be? So you just have
No,
one?
I didn't do that this year. I did put in for flights last year when they were 5 and 3, and I was like, all right, they're going. I gotta just hope I hit one of
Oof.
these. So no, nothing's on the books at the moment.
Well, maybe there's room at Juan Soto's place if he doesn't move because he's playing for a
there
different
you go.
team now.
If he plays for the Mets, I bet he just stays in the same place.
Probably.
Happer, a comment from Kevin Kugler.
Kevin?
Says, listening to Happer talk about his ridiculous wealth really makes me appreciate the common man sports talk from 2 to 6.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's true.
We're
Yeah,
common men. We can't go to New York City on a whim in Christmas time.
I don't know if I can or not. It's just an
Unreal.
idea.
We're the blue collar radio
You guys
show.
are. But
Jay's
so what-
Live really pays a lot better than I expected it to.
Yeah.
So
no
what you're
kidding.
saying is you wouldn't even think about this because there's
No.
no chance that you could even afford it.
No.
Hell
I'm not thinking of going to any bowl game.
Well,
If the zone was going to send me to New York City for the bowl game, I would go. I will do that.
We already know that that's
Scout's honor.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe
not-
we'll go to Vegas again.
Oh,
maybe.
Vegas for the New York Bowl. We could go to
I
New
mean-
York, New York.
How
You're
much
going the wrong way.
How much would this cost? I have no idea. I'm not going to spend a lot of money.
who owns New York, New York? Do you think they'd let us just set up there?
That'd be
Mr.
great. We are
McGee.
here at the Pinstripe Bowl. That would be
In
so
at
funny.
New York Casino.
That would be really
New York,
fun.
New York, the casino.
And then we could eat sad pizza afterwards.
At that
Oh,
pizza
Happer.
place, that's
We
right.
Nick, we didn't tell you this. We walked by the sad pizza place after the Creighton game last week.
Did you
Smelled
get
it.
sad pizza?
No, we that's when
Well,
we
the
went
sad
to,
pizza was at New York, New York.
Yeah, Creighton had
Yeah.
just lost in the NCAA tournament, and then
Yep.
we went and got that, and then Creighton just lost to Texas A&M,
What was the
and then
name?
we went over.
Which pizza place?
It was the first one right across the bridge.
It's across the street from the Hershey store inside of New York, New York, John.
It is.
Okay, I guess I can't remember which one that
It's
was.
just like
'Cause there
New
was
York
a pizza place
Pizzeria.
next in near the sports book
in
at MGM.
yeah, that one's pretty good too. I
Yeah.
actually like that place.
That looked
had
like
that
a
pizza.
sad.
Was
pizza.
it the one that said the like Italian place, like the Italian joint Happer, or was it like a by the slice type place?
Yeah, it's like a by the slice. They have like strombolis and stuff like that too.
Oh, interesting.
I think we actually ate there too last night. The one at the MGM that you're talking about.
Now I didn't walk all the way through the New York, but I was very, very sad that we didn't see a Sabaros in there.
No,
John, go
Authentic
to
True
New York
authentic
pizza.
New York pizza.
go to 90th and Blondo.
New York pizza.
90th and Blondo has a
It's a Sbarro attached to a gas station.
no kidding.
No, it's there.
What?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, he's right.
90th and
90th
Blondo.
and Maple.
Blondo.
90th and Blondo. It's a come and go.
It's not a come and go. It's like a. It's.
It kind of
some
looks
other-
like a come and go.
Yeah, it's not a come and go. I don't remember the name
There's
of it.
a Sbarro
Wait.
there?
Yeah, there's Sbarro.
Yeah,
It's
oh.
half
Sbarro.
Sbarro, half gas station.
Taste
I
test
had
Wednesday.
no idea. I love
That's pretty
Sbarro. I used to
I
eat there
thought
all the time when it
Sbarro's
was at the
only
Union in
existed-
college.
I thought Sabaros only existed in food courts and at standalone places in New York.
Now
because that's
gas
what I thought.
stations.
Wow,
Now
this
gas
is
gas
mind
station.
That's true.
Yeah.
This is mind blowing.
And now food courts and malls are dead, so they don't exist there anymore.
Mm.
Now it's all fancy schmancy stuff.
I do like the flagship comment.
Whoa, geez, mute
Flagship.
yourself. God,
Flagship. I said flagship.
it's not what I heard.
Did he dump himself? Did he do it?
Said
Star Wars
flagship.
Fiend says, could you imagine John in the middle of Times Square taking calls on Big Red Overreaction after a blowout loss to BC? Priceless. Yes, I would not only do that if they paid my way, but I would also make sure I was dressed up like former New York Giants coach, oh my God, what the hell's his
Yeah.
name?
The guy who looks like you, Ben McAdoo.
Oh my god, that would be funny.
Hey, it's Ben
Why is
McAdoo
Ben
here. We're
McAdoo-
taking calls.
Why is Ben McAdoo
I'm
talking about
reacting to
Nebraska?
Hey, before they play in a bowl game,
My handsome mustache.
I think we need to have a discussion on the crossover of if the game does or doesn't matter. Like, we need to decide, all of us going in, so then we know how to handle the show, because will people be mad or will they just say, I didn't care, it's a bowl game? And you have to decide. Win or lose, you have to
Okay.
decide if it matters or not, so we know how to handle the show.
Well, I was actually going to address this subject today. If we
Oh,
had a moment.
excellent.
Fire away,
But we'll do it right now.
Okay.
Because we did a thing. We did an exercise. Was it after I think it was after the UCLA game, where you and I, Josh and I, I asked the question. Okay, scale of 1 to 10. Where's your confidence level in Matt Rule right now? Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
And we both said 5.
What about now?
I am still sitting at a 5. I don't plan to move off of that number for a long time.
Pretty neutral.
So basically what I'm saying is, unless something just amazingly spectacular or amazingly bad happens in this bowl game,
Not moving.
nothing in this bowl game is going to change my
Yeah,
outlook.
I think you make a pretty good case. I'm leaning toward not important.
Yeah.
Not
I think
important.
it's important, but only this one time.
Interesting.
Because it's the first one
Psychologically,
in a
it's
long time.
important.
It's
Yes.
good to win games, period, right?
Psychologically, it's important. Now, again, a losing season is on the table.
Yeah, I'll be honest, John. I kind of lean towards this is important just because of the way in which they lost the Iowa game. They have also told us for years how important it is to get to a bowl game. And so if they get to that bowl game and they don't perform very well, given all of the effort that they put in, I actually think that that's kind of bad. And I'm usually a bowl game.
Getting to the bowl game is not about winning the bowl game. It's just about getting to the bowl game.
Right.
You know, like,
and there's at least, well, what do we got here? I got to look at my graphic that I just updated, and it did it in
excellent
very
work,
fast
John.
time. You won't have Princewell. The guys who actually played last year, you won't have Princewell. You don't have Bear. You won't have Butler. You won't have Thompson. Irvin played just a tiny, tiny bit. But those are the main guys who saw decent playing time that won't be there. You won't have your defensive coordinator. It's going to be now, we have no idea what the opponent is going through, you know, how many players they've lost, how many coaches they're changing out. But it is going to be a different looking, different feeling type team playing in whatever bowl game it is.
Yeah, like I would say that it's, I mean, a regular season game, there's always, you know, we always ask like Sipple every week, hey, Sipple, how important is this game? And he'll always say, well, you know, they're all important. They're all important.
Yeah.
This one almost feels like it wouldn't have that attached to it.
Right.
It feels like it's less important than a regular season game.
I think it's
because you're not playing any, like, it doesn't mean anything in the context of what the season is going to be particularly.
Okay.
Although you can make an argument for it.
Let's see if we can try to rank these, right? So here's you know, the benefits, attributes, you know, characteristics of a bowl. Obviously, it's a bowl game. So from a psychological standpoint, this is a big deal because Nebraska is no longer going to be the longest reigning program, Power 5, not to play in a bowl game. So
damn right.
There's that. But there's also the potential for a losing season.
Yeah.
Or potential for a winning season.
Yeah.
There's the practices that you get.
Love the practices. Don't forget about the practices.
And trying to rate, you know, because you might be able to argue that the practices will mean more than the bowl game itself.
Sorry, I don't mean to. I love this comment from Polar Nights. As a barber, I love this show. It is the perfect evolution of beard growth.
Wait, we need to. Okay.
Well, let's rearrange
a little bit.
Order
let's
ourselves.
rearrange.
Okay.
So I'm obviously the final boss.
So if we're going,
Because you go mustache, you go goatee, short beard,
long beard.
Oh wait, long beard.
Long beard. It's got to be your point.
Yep, indeed. Wow, that's a great.
Is
comment.
it also hair modifier? No, I guess John's hair is longer than mine. Is it?
I don't know.
Right now, it probably is.
Yeah, I know. Let's.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely. I need a haircut.
Okay.
My hair's
Haircut.
definitely longer than right
Happer,
now.
any thoughts on hair?
I don't have any.
I think it'd be funny if it also was my hair was longer and then it went longest to shortest hair.
Yeah.
And Happer, but not quite.
I remember the first time I saw Nick post COVID, and I was like, "Whoa, look at your hair! It was so long, Nick.
It was luxurious.
You looked very handsome.
Luxurious.
Whatever happened to that
Luxurious
version
hair.
of you, Nick? I was like, damn, look at Nick. He's got it going on.
I had some volume there. I was using special shampoo and everything.
I used to have hair.
Yeah,
That was great. I would flip it up in the front. Yeah.
I would flip it up in the front.
Yeah. That's before I didn't have any style. I had no idea what I was doing, so I just had hair, and I really didn't appreciate hair when I had it. That's I have that regret that I just have to, live with in my life from now on. The time in which I did have hair, I didn't take advantage of it enough.
Your beard looks fantastic, though.
Thank you.
It's a great beard.
I think that gives me the perspective that I need to take full advantage of having this beard.
Mm.
But yeah, it's regret. It's regret that I have.
This is this is the only example I had.
Do you want me to send you a better one with my hair looks better?
Oh, with Canva.
In this picture, it's the Nick pyramid of perversion.
I've got one not wearing a hat, so you can fully
What
appreciate
prompted
it.
this, by the way? Nick's pyramid of perversion.
I do not remember this at all.
Remember.
So, I mean, someone went to
either.
This is not my graphic.
God, that looks like such a different version of
That's
Nick.
Josh graphic, yeah.
It does, but that's the best. That's the example of Nick and his luxuriously long hair.
Wow.
But now I'm trying to figure out where the pyramid of perversion.
Creeper, peeper, freak, perv.
Yeah, I can't remember why that came up. It was a crossover for sure.
This is a Josh Odson graphic. Has to be.
Definitely
It's
looks
not
like
mine.
one, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's not
100%.
mine. Nick pyramid.
I vaguely remember the crossover. I remember the tier list. I just don't
Why did we get there?
Yeah.
How did we get there?
Anyway,
We were just trying to figure out like which word was the worst. Like what?
Is that what we were doing?
Which
levels,
one was
I
it
guess.
worse to
Throw
be?
that back on. Creeper.
So you're a creeper, then you're a peeper, then you're a freak, and then you're a perv.
I'd argue that peeper is less.
You think peeper's not as bad as creeper?
I think creeper's worse than peeper.
No way. Peeper is bad.
You're in the room. Peeper, you're just peeping. You know,
Right, but isn't it? Are you
I'm with
saying
Brian, peeping is way more intrusive? Yeah, peeping that's some nasty stuff.
Yeah, but
if you're creeping, you're not necessarily peeping.
Right. You can creep without peeping.
Okay, all right.
And in order to be peeping, you got to be creeping.
All right, so
Brian, you can accidentally be creepy. Peeping takes intent.
That's right. That's
all right.
right.
So what defines freak?
I don't know. That's like both of those things combined.
I mean, we know what perv is.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But what's a freak?
I don't know. That guy's
worse than a creeper or a peeper.
Yeah, but what? I mean, what level? I mean,
that means that person.
What are you doing that's worse than a peeper but less than a perv?
It's probably the fact that they are a peeper and a creeper, and they're not ashamed of it.
Yeah.
You know, creepers and peepers are probably just, they're creeping and peeping, right? They're trying to hide
all right.
it a
So
little
then,
bit.
what makes a perv worse than a freak?
Absolutely no shame whatsoever.
They're proud of it. They're letting their freak flag fly.
Yeah.
You don't hear about a
that,
peep
Nick.
flag or a creep flag.
You do not hear about a peep flag.
The fact
That
we
is
call
true.
this the Nick pyramid is actually
Nick
I
pyramid
didn't
of
name it the Nick
perversion.
pyramid.
the pyramid of perversion.
What do you think about this from Jeremiah? Nick looks like a guy who had a kid way too young, and that kid looks like Nick now. He's saying that Nick had a kid who looks like the current Nick.
Well,
Kind of, yeah.
That's a Nick from 4 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, but look how much
Tiny
longer the
baby
hair
Nick.
is.
Wow.
Wow.
And-
You just tweeted out a
and-
picture
and-
of
I
himself.
posted a
and
picture.
wearing flannel.
I
That
posted
picture,
a
you look
picture
like
of
a
my hair.
freak in that
I look
picture.
like a freak in this picture. Am I a
Where's the
freak?
picture that you tweeted out, Nick?
just on Twitter.
Look at my long hair.
Oh, yeah,
long
the
hair.
beard, bro.
You look
Also,
like a
you
freak.
love taking selfies where you look off camera.
Yeah, why are you never looking at the camera?
I don't
That's
know.
a freak move.
I don't know. I don't like to look at the camera.
You know why? Because he was peeping, Happer. He's doing that. And look, this is live.
That's
Look
right.
at me peeping.
It's like you're peeping at something.
I'm peeping in the crowd room.
Yeah. I
Peeping
can't
in
believe
the
that.
What's the point
frog
of taking a
room.
selfie if you're not going to look at the camera?
I'm
Just look
peeping
at it.
in the prod
Ooh,
room.
CJ writes, "Peace sock guys equals freak."
That's true. If you have a piss sock, you're a freak.
Hmm.
That's good.
There's the picture we're talking about.
Look at that. Look at that hair.
Wow, but look at that,
That-
beard.
Don't take that away.
I missed that hair.
Wait, that's worse than the pyramid of perversion?
Yes,
Definitely.
absolutely. If you put
Nick,
that,
that beard
picture
was
in the
so
pyramid of
unwieldy.
Or we
It
could just
wasn't a
come
good
up with
beard.
creeper, peeper, freak, and perv versions of Nick. You know, We could
Oh,
just-
yes.
So is this the perv version of Nick?
that
right
might be
here?
the top of the pyramid.
That might be the freak.
We
I don't know.
Oh,
Probably a
we
mustache.
need a collage, the many faces of Nick.
The many faces of Nick.
I just
There's
got a text that says that picture of
I don't
Grim
wanna
looks
keep
like
this here the whole time because it's perfectly aligned in the
it
middle.
is very good aligned. I got a text that says the picture of Grim looks like he got cast as Jesus in the church play. Merry Christmas. It's Nick Grimm as Jesus Christ.
Oh, you want to see a Jesus picture? I have a Jesus picture.
Well, Jesus.
An actual picture of Jesus.
Yeah, no, I went back to.
Did you take a selfie with Jesus?
Who didn't take a selfie with Jesus?
Mm. Are we just gonna leave this photo there?
Mushy.
Well, I need to
Mushy.
see the picture of Jesus.
I need to upload the Mushi video. I'm gonna do that right now.
I love the Mushi video.
It's so funny. I haven't watched it in like
Came
2
out of
days.
nowhere.
I don't know why I said Mushi either. It just came out of my mouth.
But
Yeah,
your
you-
point was so weird. Your point was that sweet potatoes are too mushy.
They are too mushy.
They are mashed versions of potatoes.
Yeah.
No, but then people try to fit them in the same category. If you try to make French fries out of sweet potatoes, too mushy.
'Cause,
Tater
Nick,
tot-
what you were trying to say was mushy, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were
That's what I was trying to say.
I was just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure.
I was trying to say mushy, but it came out as
He
mushy.
came out as mushy.
God, that was so good. All right. I'm getting it converted right now. I'll upload it.
all right.
momentarily.
Oh, you're uploading the
I have to,
Jesus
yeah,
picture?
I have to convert it for. I don't have Nick's new Jesus. I don't have the new Jesus photo.
Oh,
So
oh, here, hang on. I can get
all
it.
right,
I
all right, perfect.
can get it.
Why is that picture still in the middle of the screen?
Because I'm waiting to upload the new one. Hang on. We're gonna get the many faces of Nick. Oh, why didn't it save? You dirty dog.
It would have saved
dirty
a Canva.
dog.
PowerPoint.
Dirty dog.
Yeah, if it was a Canva, John, it would have saved.
No, it's a different. There's a different file when you go into the.
It also
right,
looks like Nick in this picture. You were wearing a mask. Maybe you.
I might have been.
You had the beard flattening thing.
Yeah, that was
not good for anybody. Not good for
Here's, by the way, the video from last week.
Also, they're too mushy.
Mushy. Also, they're too mushy.
Also, they're too mushy.
Mushy.
All right. Here's the Nick Jesus picture.
Oh, good Lord.
That's the
Look
longest,
like Jesus.
That's the longest
Jesus.
my hair and beard ever got. Right there.
And another selfie where he's not looking at the camera.
Why are your eyes looking in different directions and neither of them is at the camera?
That's a good point.
Oh.
Definitely have a little cross-eye action going here, but it's just yeah.
Headley writes, "Wow, Nick truly is the son of God."
I mean, if it weren't for the glasses, you could probably pull off a Jesus in that picture.
It's the nicest thing I've ever heard.
Because the jean jacket definitely fits. I definitely can see Jesus wearing a jean jacket.
Jesus would absolutely wear a jean jacket.
And you're wearing your safety belt. Jesus would definitely wear a safety belt.
Nice.
I look like I do Sean Denver cover songs at the old market.
100%. Nick, you have an open guitar case somewhere laying around.
Oh, yeah.
Might still be some quarters and $50 in there. Here you go. Here's a quarter. Thanks for
What
playing
is
the song.
going on with that beard and that hair?
So which one?
Nothing anymore. They're gone now.
Yeah, the many faces of Nick. This was October Nick, and here's November Nick.
Goo! I thought, Nick, when you had short hair and a well-kept beard, I thought that was good for you.
The problem was keeping it.
Obviously, it doesn't last very long.
Yeah,
you know,
my hair grows too fast.
It doesn't last very long.
Carson says Nick looked like a 70s serial killer who found his victims hitchhiking.
100%.
Did
that
a couple weeks ago?
Don't look under my bangs.
I think we saw this movie a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Nick equals Timu Jesus. Timu Jesus is going on the band name list, by the way. That's amazing.
Wouldn't Jesus see the car crash coming? Therefore, he wouldn't need a seatbelt.
Yeah, would Jesus?
Well, Jesus still follows the law, guys.
I don't think Jesus.
What would Jesus do?
Didn't see into the future. I don't remember that of him being able to see into the future.
Yeah, he was just a guy. He could do miracles, but he couldn't see.
Yeah,
in the
I
future.
don't think he saw into the future.
And he did have infinite wisdom, so he probably would have worn a seatbelt.
Yeah, I mean that's just the smart thing to do. Jesus doesn't want to get shot out the front window.
It's a great question, though. It's a great dumb debate. Would Jesus have worn a seatbelt? I think the answer is probably yes.
Absolutely.
Of course he would have.
She's setting a good example for the disciples.
I'd like to see somebody make an argument for no.
Meanwhile, Judas is like, nope, back in my day, we just rocked around in the back seat, didn't really ever care in the world.
Exactly.
We played on the Florida station wagon.
Keno, why are we asking Jesus to take the wheel if he's not a good driver? It's a good question.
Oh, I think he is a good driver.
I think Jesus probably was a good
But
driver.
remember, a lot of accidents happen because of the other person, not because of what you did. That's why
many
you should
people would
always
come
wear a
at
seatbelt.
Jesus. Jesus is probably the victim of many instances of road rage. You know, people tried to persecute Jesus.
Yeah.
For many different reasons at many times.
Oh, I guarantee old Pontius Pilate was probably sitting there.
Yeah. Why does Jesus drive so slow?
I bet Pontius Pilate would drive a Cybertruck.
Awesome, Nick. Well played.
Thank you.
There you go.
Does Jesus know to check the back seat? Yes,
Check
of
the
course.
Always. Always.
Well, he wouldn't have a reason to, though, because he wouldn't have a child.
He'd be happy to drive children around, though, John.
Yeah, what if Jesus was...
Okay, this isn't Stibbs in the ice cream van. Going to see the Lion King.
Can't believe that picture is still up on the screen.
Would you rather this one or the other one?
This is so good.
They're both bad.
You
guys should keep it there the whole show.
I don't think we should.
Now I want to do like the Unsportsman or the 1620 the Zone version of the nativity scene. I want this version of Nick laying in the manger.
Oh my God. There's definitely something that we could copy and paste that head onto.
Incredible.
Nick, we could take that picture that's up right now on the YouTube, and you see what Joe in Vegas tweeted at us? Just give you one of those, where you hold up your name. Like you're in jail.
Number?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think that would be really good. And you could make your album cover out of that or whatever you need to do.
It's good. I need an album cover from when I do my covers in the old market.
Mm-hmm. Who are the stray farm animals? I'll take one. I'll be a sheep or something. I don't know.
I love this picture. So
I think
good.
you'd be a wise man. You got a wise man vibe about
This
you.
is so good.
Think so?
Bring some incense
Thank
or myrrh.
Some myrrh. It's so weird.
And then it's just sitting here the whole time.
Yep, still there.
Yep,
It's
it's
there.
just gonna sit here.
It keeps
It's so
staying there.
perfect.
Yeah.
It's so perfect.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Incredible.
Yeah. Yep.
Do we say, I guess Nick said we don't need any more, but
Yeah, no, we're full.
Happy New Year 2026.
There's no room at the crossover inn.
nice, Nick.
Happy New Year 2026.
There you go.
Put it in your files.
I'll put it in the files.
We'll have this for next year where we definitely won't have to worry about the best of crossover being interrupted by a bowl game.
Because they're going to be in the playoff?
No.
Wow, John, put it on the early list. They're not making a bowl game?
Should we start the early list?
No, we do that. Remember, we
make
do that on our
predictions
last
and-
show of the year.
Yeah. We'll wait. We'll wait.
Like if I wanted to make a prediction that was 2-3 years down the line, I'd be able to do that, right? It
Yeah,
doesn't
we don't
to be
have. We
within
always
the year.
jokingly say put it on the extended list, but we don't have an extended list.
Okay.
You can put it on the board with various dates that are on the secret list.
Oh, there's a date coming up tomorrow.
Oh,
there
secret
is.
list.
Whose name is next to that date? Who's
That would be
December 5th?
Connor.
Happer.
Nice.
And then there's Josh, and then after
No, my secret list is after Connor.
I sorry, yeah. And
My
then
secret
Josh.
list is Saturday.
Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna get.
Creighton plays on both those
I
days.
think secret list is.
Well, you never know.
You
That's
think
true.
secret list is going to be secret listed?
Maybe, who knows? Maybe Jesus Nick can tell us the future. And tell us if one of us is going to be right.
Take it off, John.
Take it down.
Hello, me.
All right, goodbye.
All right, we got to
Bye,
run.
Emmer.
We'll be back, and the Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, this is the advantage of being us. This is live radio. And when things happen, we can react to it. And we'll do that today.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Now, I'm not saying that anything has happened very recently. Let's see, anything breaking?
Not
anything
since the
breaking?
crossover started.
Yeah, not since the crossover started. So we're still good.
Is there a website yet that just tracks portal transfers or portal enterers?
There is, but most of them are behind.
Yeah.
Like 2 of the major recruiting services who have a transfer portal on their website have some of the Nebraska players we know that are in, but don't have all of them that we have been told are in. But there is one place where we do have all of the names, and there they are. And I believe these are in chronological order from most recent to furthest away. Princewell Uman Mielian announcing while I was apparently driving into work today. Daniel Kalen this morning. Makai Bear last night. Jamari Butler during the Grum yesterday.
Nice.
I guess I can't speak to the accuracy of when Irvin, Jackson, and Thompson all came in, so they might be a little. But Malachi last week. And people forget. Sincere Saifi, was it Saifullah? Saifiullah?
I forgot that too, yeah. I forgot who that person is.
But he entered the portal many weeks ago.
So are we going to break down every single person here and see how surprised we are?
No, we don't have to. Don't have to.
Biggest loss, John. Snap judgment. Biggest loss of that group.
Jamari Butler.
Even though you only had 1 year left with him?
Yeah. I mean,
people are in the chat are saying Bayer.
Bayer would be my pick.
Bear's in there, and listen,
Danny K.
Nebraska got lucky this year with in terms of Dylan's health.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is one of those rare years, along with Tanner Lee, senior year Joe Gans, and I think there was one more where a quarterback made it to all 12 or 13 or 14 starts, depending on how many games there were in the last 20 years, almost 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, Nebraska's not had many years where the quarterback started every single game and did not miss significant playing time.
People forget that one of us put on a list that he would start and play in every game this year, John. Another thing that I got right. Shout out to me.
Well, congrats, I guess. I haven't even looked at that list.
Oh, we'll have the list. Don't worry. We're coming upon the end of the year.
But there you go. Here's the one place where you can get the complete list of the Huskers that have entered the transfer portal in this cycle.
Yeah.
Or at least as complete a list as we think, because you never know.
Great graphic, John. Excellent
and we
work.
will continue to add to this, and I will be able to add to it very quickly if necessary.
Nick.
But if I have to add one more name, I have to, shrink the size of the typeface again.
So, Nick, here's an idea for you then, because the cream team is now done.
Yes.
maybe you start making a transfer portal graphic with all of the players stacked on top of each other like the cream team. And then the listeners can judge which graphic they like more. So
Portal
there you go.
people.
The portal
the portal
people.
people. I love this idea for you, Nick. I love this idea.
Portal
for you.
people.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the program. It's brought to you by
Mm.
Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people, and the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It's Black Monday on a Tuesday.
Mm.
It's not just about the portal, but about the coaches.
Oh, yeah.
How many more will jump in the portal? Will we get? I mean, that might be a fun bet today. Too bad we didn't have live gambling here on the Grum. We could set the number at 0.5 over under new portal entries confirmed by local media scribes and or media scribes. So you say we're going to have another portal entry before 6 o'clock?
Definitely. Yeah.
I say no.
Okay.
I say we won't.
Get out the
I say
tomatoes.
we won't. Michael Bruntz will join us from Husker247.com. Steve Sipple of Husker Online in the happy hour. The college football playoff. This is the penultimate release of the poll. And this one has a lot of intrigue because will teams who are playing in conference championship games be in locked-in positions, win or lose? Or could that one extra loss cost them? You know, there is the possibility that there could be multiple games in which both teams playing in the conference championship are locked in, theoretically, of course. We'll have our polls and our brackets, and then we will also identify the teams that we believe are locked in and those that might be in or should be in or need a lot of help.
Yeah, a couple things to keep an eye on early, of course, would be like a team like a Tennessee, a team like an Indiana, a team like an Ohio State, teams that aren't playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Because, the higher they are, the better they're feeling. And then the other one, John, that I am definitely keeping an eye on in terms of that whole, are you a lock if you're playing this weekend? If Clemson is not inside of the top 12, we know that they are playing for their lives because a loss would be 4, and I definitely would see them not making it. But if they're in the top 10, will the committee treat that as like you can't, get knocked out for losing your conference championship game? We will see.
Well,
for me, they are. Yeah, we'll talk about Clemson. They are definitely a have to win and get in. They cannot get in as well.
Yeah. Will Creighton get Fedor? The rumor mill is cranking up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen a lot of tweets about this today, John.
Yeah,
can you give us an update on this later?
I probably not.
Okay.
Hot take market. Hot take market, and to be a good sport or not to be a good sport.
Oh no!
All the violence that took place this weekend.
Yeah, Colby, right? Please tell me that stupid
flags.
Handshake thing isn't a topic today. Get over it for F's sake. We talked about it for like 2 minutes yesterday.
Woo-hoo.
We barely talked about it.
Yeah, I had my 90-second spiel.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep.
Okay. That was it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we spent most of the day talking about Mr. White.
Mr. White.
Yeah, we did. Oh, we did indeed.
And by the way, that's the new thing that everyone's on now is, revisionist history. They weren't that good.
Steve writes, so does this mean these players won't be there for the bowl game and are gone as of today? Also, Tony White won't coach the bowl game. That'll be a fun one. Correct on both, Steve. Now, technically, they are not in the portal because the portal does not open until Monday, right, John? It's December the 9th.
I believe you're right.
So they are not in the portal yet. They will be in the portal as of Monday. Thus, they will not be coaching in the bowl game. Also, yes, Tony White he already changed his Twitter graphics. He is a Florida State Seminole defensive coordinator.
Do you think he should have unretweeted some of his retweets?
No. What do you mean?
Because his last retweet was something about doing it for the seniors, but it was a Nebraska retweet. But it's all
but
FSU
that's what
everywhere.
they were playing the last game and they were doing it for the seniors. I mean,
Nick. So like when you leave the zone someday, are you going to go undo all of your I love working at 1620 the zone and I'm never leaving tweets? Are you going to do that?
I mean, you cut
not.
your hair and
no,
yet
John,
this
stop
still
it.
exists.
Stop it.
Know? You can't undo Jesus, Nick.
True.
Trevor writes, I'm finally going to say it. Tony White's obnoxious neon sleeves were ugly and stupid.
Oh, good.
Didn't Jimmy Allen have an opinion like that? That he didn't like that he was wearing like a green hat because then everyone was going to want to wear a green hat?
I forgot about the hat.
Yep.
402-951-1620. It's the 42 Degrees the Source by your mom's house.
Nice.
There is the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com or Jesus Nick at 1620thezone.com.
That is not my handle. I don't know who that is.
Oh.
Nice.
You should have requested the handle Jesus Nick at 1620thezone.com. Thus, you wouldn't still be getting the emails that Ba used to get. Because his used to be Nick at 1620thezone.com.
I do still get a lot of emails meant for Ba.
Nice.
Clearly meant for Ba.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I get fun information sometimes, though. So that's
Do you really?
Yeah.
Nick, you should start tweeting that out. Sources are telling me that the Kansas Jayhawks will be without point guard, blah, 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 blah.
What kind of interesting sites was Nick perusing?
Got to turn on incognito mode.
Oh,
Yeah, come on.
yeah, Jesus Nick at 1620thezone.com. You should ask for that.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, Jesus Nick. For now, it's still Nick at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. We turn the water into wine and the loaves into fishes on the first ring.
Nice.
Also, there's the
JTech.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
But not at BR Overreaction because we don't have access to
Yeah, I
that
think we're going to
anymore.
get rid of that.
We can't get rid of it. It's still going to exist.
Well,
we
it
don't
can
have
be
access
there,
to it.
But we're not going to promote it because A, none of us can get to it.
Yeah.
And B, it's too much. It's just too much.
If I still had access to it, I would still use it every week. But again, we don't have access to it.
I wouldn't. I got too much going on. There's too much going on. I already got
too
4 different accounts.
busy.
I got 4 different accounts, and I hardly ever use the others.
Wow.
You know?
Tough luck.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It is
Yeah,
a lot.
that's true. That's true.
It's much. There's much there.
Mhm.
I mean, I did use the at USC count to tweet out this list, but now I got to do a new one because Princewell wasn't on it.
Yeah.
So I guess I better take a screenshot. Here we go.
Yep.
Screenshot, updated
Nice.
list. We'll put
Nice.
it there on the old JTech Construction Zone Twitter page
Well done.
Nice.
at USC 1620.
But not at BR Overreaction.
But not be our
Nope.
overreaction because I don't have access to it. Updated. What time is it? As of
2:47
p.m. Tuesday. There we go. It's going up. It's going up. Right there. It's
Right
there.
there.
It's there in living color.
Jimmy Allen writes in.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Jimmy says, first of all, it was a yellow hat, you idiot. Second, I got a text almost every week of someone wearing a yellow hat inside the stadium, so I was kind of right. Jimmy, you were definitely not kind of right.
So, who cares? Why are we now policing what people are wearing in the stadium?
He was such a freak. He was such a, where is the pervert scale? Whatever was the highest, that's what he was. He was a freak about this stuff.
Everyone's going to want to
wear a yellow hat to the game now.
Well,
the highest is pervert.
Nick's pyramid of perversion is a yellow pyramid.
Yeah, we
you're
need
not
the
a
Jimmy
football
Allen
player,
pyramid of
are you?
conspiracies.
We all know why he was wearing different color
Correct.
and usually neon shades of said color on the sidelines, correct? We all
I would hope so.
understand why that is necessary. I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
They are re-airing the Monday Night Football game last night. I meant to say this.
What a game.
I wish I would have, because I don't want to say I saw it coming, but I did think it was going to be an entertaining game.
Broncos
The
are playing in entertaining games now. It's wild, man.
The Broncos are an entertaining team,
Yeah.
and Jameis Winston is entertaining.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll hear
definitely
more
is.
from Jameis coming up later in the
It's
Grum.
less annoying to watch the Browns now.
It
Is it?
definitely is. Yes.
Is it? I mean,
Yes.
yes.
They play a better brand of football now.
Well, from a problematic standpoint, yes, but but when it comes to, depending on what you think of Jameis and his
Preacher?
yes, his
But
preacher.
you love
motif.
that about him, don't you? You were celebrating the snow game.
Oh, I was. I
Snow
loved
game
it.
was
I
fun.
loved, but I could see
So then
where.
why are you
some
disagreeing
people,
with Nick?
No. I would see where some people would find it very annoying.
Hey, they're
am
definitely more fun
entertained
to
by
watch
it.
because they're
I
better
am
now,
definitely
too.
entertained by it. I am,
Yeah.
but I could see how others would be like, "This is way too much for
Like,
me."
you know,
Like this guy's doing a New Day impression or something.
Is it like in a Russell Wilson annoying kind of way?
Yes. But more preacher.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I mean Russell's
Brand
more-
ambassador.
Yeah. This is very overt. This is This is like, I'm sure you guys walked past them on the streets there in Las Vegas. You would get the people out there with their loudspeakers, doing their. You never saw this?
No.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, it was nice.
It was this dude. Many people actually. It's like they were tag teaming it. They were taking turns, and they were always out there preaching about heaven and hell and all this other stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
But they weren't nearly as entertaining, nor did they throw 6 touchdown passes, 2 to the other team, like Jameis.
That is true. That is definitely true.
And nearly 500 yards.
Oh yeah.
Jameis is must-watch TV.
Yeah, they're a ton of fun right now, man.
They are. I wish I would have said something as we were going off the air, saying, "Hey, don't poo-poo this game. It might be 3-8 Cleveland, but this might be an entertaining game." And it was.
It was. Indeed, it was.
indeed it was.
I'm sure all those people in the South stands who knew they were in the South stands because it says South stands on it.
South stands.
Were very entertained.
Mm.
All right. When we continue, last night's news, today's news, all the people on the portal people, as Nick has now dubbed them.
Portal people.
And when Jesus Nick speaks, people listen.
Oh, this feels a little blasphemy.
Yeah, it could be.
It does.
On 1620 The Zone.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha conducts clinical trials.
friends. It's the big game blowout 15K giveaway on 1620 The Zone. No, we're not giving away a road race. We're giving away something far more valuable, $15,000.
Oh!
You can enter to win big this holiday season with $15,000 in the big game blowout 15K giveaway. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com.
John, imagine how many Michigan books you could buy with $15,000. How cool would that be?
You'd be able to buy infinity number of books because those things are worthless.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sure
Very
they're
interesting.
probably stacked up on the sides of roads in Michigan saying, here, please come get this book and learn about our cheating, crime-ridden program.
Never.
So last night, we got the official word that Dana Holgerson has been signed to a 2-year contract. So the the short-term offensive coordinator is now the long-term offensive coordinator. And it is apparent that Garrett McGuire, probably the most discussed coaching hire of the last 2 years, and scrutinized, maybe a better word, of the last 2 years, is apparently not going to be the receivers coach anymore. In fact, the reports are that Da'Keil Shorts, a former Holgerson assistant when he was still the head coach at Planet Houston and was most recently at Kentucky, will be the new receivers coach. McGuire's role is yet to be determined. Some believe he will stay in the program, will be reassigned. Of course, anything can change, but already movement being made on that side. All, of course, coming on the heels of the fact that Tony White is gone, and it appears that Terrence Potrose Knighton is also gone as well. So we're looking at 4 coaches that have been changed. How many more?
Three for sure. Because Knighton did practice today. He was at practice today for Nebraska.
Okay. All right. So we'll say 3 for now, 3 for sure. But the potential is it could be more.
Yes.
Could it go over 5.5?
Well, let's see. Let's add the others. So you mentioned the 3 right there.
Because if you have Knighton, it's 4.
Yes, Knighton would get to 4. Foley would get to 4 or 5, depending on what happens with Knighton. Because I continue to maintain that there will be a change there. And
with Holgerson being the offensive, and you assume that Satterfield is not going to be around anymore.
He's gone. He's definitely going to be gone. And then
so that's the case. Yeah, you're definitely then you're definitely threatening the over.
Yeah,
if
and
we
then
set it at 5.5.
And throw in Glenn Thomas and throw in EJ Barthel. I think EJ Barthel, if I were to rank, John, the most likely coaches to not be involved with Nebraska that are currently still on the staff and won't be involved next year, Satterfield would be my number 1 because technically he is still with the program, right? So he would be my number 1. I think I might have Barthel number 2. I think I might have him over everybody else, even Foley. But I think Foley is going to be reassigned as well. And he, much like McGuire for the time being, who is going to be reassigned, he is still involved with the program. I don't think it would shock me. I don't think it would shock anybody, right? If he was like, no, I want to go somewhere else and I want to be a full-time coach still. So, yeah, I think that number, remember, man, we're like a month removed from the number being, 2.5, 3.5? And now they're going to hit the over fairly easily. Easily.
The over on that.
Yeah.
Pushing that number to 5.5, that might even be too low. By the way, if you only rely on the official Huskers.com website,
yes,
no changes have been made since the start of the season.
Oh, really? Tony White is still the defensive coordinator?
Still there. Marcus Satterfield's still there, and no sign of Dana Holgerson.
What are you guys even worried about then? He's still here.
Yeah. So apparently they need to update the website at some point. But at this point, you might as well just wait because there's going to be a lot more changes if you don't want to have to go in and constantly update the list all the time.
And I'll be honest, John, well, let me ask a question rather than just giving my opinion straight up. What do you think of the Holgerson tinge now that the offensive side of the ball is taking on, at least based off of the reports where he is going to be the OC, a new wide receivers coach is coming in? I'll say it, man. I'm a little surprised that McGuire is not going to be the receivers coach next year. And I'll say this, John, I will add a qualifier. I'm pleasantly surprised that he is not going to be the wide receivers coach next year. I really thought, given Holgerson's background as a wide receivers coach, that he was just going to kind of coach McGuire while coaching the receivers, if you will, that he was going to kind of bring him up. I also thought, and maybe the last few weeks should really dissuade anyone from having this opinion anymore, but given the relationship that Rule has with McGuire's dad, I just did not see something like this happening. Joey McGuire, the coach of Texas Tech, I didn't see something like this happening.
I actually wasn't surprised
Interesting.
that he was gone, because assuming that Holgorsen is getting full reign over the offense, that he was going to want to bring in his types of people. And certainly he just did. I mean, he literally brought in someone that he had hired at Houston, Dakeil Shorts. So I was not surprised. I was not surprised by that, because, and this is how we can kind of morph into the conversation regarding Tony White, because the popular, or at least I shouldn't say the popular theory, but it's one that you have proffered, that, one of the reasons why the defense may have taken a bit of a step back this year was because there was maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. And maybe, not as much of a cohesive effort, or at least an effort where, White is definitely in charge and everyone else is kind of following his lead. The fact that Rule, even on the day he announced that Dana was coming in, made it sound like he was going to be more than willing to allow someone to challenge his beliefs in terms of offense and pace and those types of things, maybe being more chance taking versus risk aversion. And he admitted that. And that kind of led me to believe that, and just natural logic. I mean, a guy like Dana Holgorsen, with his credentials and his experience and the fact he's been a head coach, is probably not going to take a job where he feels like he doesn't have control. As much full control as one could have as a coordinator. Certainly, you still always have to answer to the boss, but I would be stunned if he would allow for a lot of looking over the shoulder. And so from that standpoint, I'm not surprised that Garrett McGuire is being moved on from, or being moved into a different role, probably a non-coaching role, or a non-full-time coaching role. Could still be an analyst role, I suppose, which has some coaching powers for certain. I'm not surprised. Thus, what is going to happen on the defensive side of the ball, if what we believe to be true, that maybe there was a little too much, meddling, or, looking over the shoulder. Yeah. That if the philosophy is going to be, hey, Dana, offense, yours, run with it, would the defense be the same, or is Rule going to try to have more fingerprints on the defense? It's an interesting question.
It very much is. I want to read a couple comments real fast. Aaron writes, if McGuire wanted to leave, he could have. Must want to stay and learn from Rule a bit. Just saying, no one is making McGuire stay. I'm sure his dad would give him a job at Tech. Must like it. I would say this, Aaron, it's not even 24 hours since we got the report that he wasn't going to be the wide receivers coach. So, I wouldn't just assume that he is going to be back for sure next year, just because at this exact moment in time, he is at Nebraska. Just like there are coaches at Nebraska who are still at Nebraska at this moment in time who will not be at Nebraska by the time the 2025 season starts, right? It's a two-way street. There are coaches on Nebraska staff that will not be on Nebraska staff next year, and Garrett McGuire could very much be one of them. What you say about the defensive side of the ball, I think, is really, really interesting. And we put up a comment from Terrence who says, John, think about what you said. If Dana gets full control, why would White stay to have eyes on him when his side has been more consistent? Dana has earned that, but I get if White wasn't happy. This goes back to, John, one of the things you said yesterday, or one of the things we both said yesterday, and that was we thought Tony White was not going to be at Nebraska in 2025. I think we have been in. Bruntz mentioned this on the Husker 24/7 pod today. He's going to join us in a few minutes. But we all expected this to be his last year. It was pretty much a year ago. I think Bruntz mentioned that it was December 1st. December 1st was when they made the announcement that Tony White was getting a raise. And if you could probably find a podcast from us a year ago saying, yep, and next year will be his last year. The thing that changed is we also would have followed up by saying, because he'll be a head coach in 2025.
Correct.
And that's where we was wrong.
Correct. It's not that it happened, it's the how.
Yes.
Because this, a head coaching position is a step up, even if it's not in a Power 5 situation. Let's say if it's a San Diego State or another Mountain West school or something like that. But if you're aspiring to be a head coach and you're currently a coordinator, in your vision, in your eyes, that is a step up. This move to go to Florida State is at best a lateral move. And I could make the argument it is possibly a step down if you look at the surface level. Now, there's other things about this, like, for example, the ability to control. My guess is that Mike Norvell is bringing somebody in to say, fix this.
Yeah.
Do what you need to do, Tony. Do what you need to do. That'd be my guess, given how bad Florida State was and given the situation that is at hand at FSU right now.
Yes.
So, but take that aside, push that off to the side for the moment. If you look at the plane of which where Nebraska is and where Florida State is, I'm not saying that Nebraska is far and away a better situation than Florida State, but in my opinion, it is a better situation.
Wow, that's crazy. We very much disagree on this.
For several reasons. First reason is, at Florida State, there's a good chance if things don't get turned around dramatically in 2025 that everybody is gone. Right?
Could you say the same thing about? You could say the same thing about Nebraska.
Maybe. I think Norvell's seat is a lot hotter than Matt Rule's seat.
No, he's also 1 year removed from going 12-0 and 13-0, right? Like it's pretty crazy that the guy who went 13-0 last year is on a hotter seat than Matt Rule.
But think about the situation. Also at Nebraska, you're in the Big Ten. You might be the 12th best house, but you're still in the gated community. At Florida State, no. At Florida State, you are not in the gated community. They don't even know what conference they're going to be in.
Yeah.
They don't even know. They're trying to sue to get out of their conference. It is a tenuous situation right now at Florida State. Nebraska, from a structural standpoint and a financial standpoint, is on extremely solid ground.
But doesn't this, John, go back to what we
is not?
Doesn't this go back to what we talked about yesterday with Purdue, though? Like, Nebraska is a better program than Purdue, but Purdue has made a conference championship game more recently. Like, cool, you're in the gated community, but you have the worst house in the gated community.
Nebraska does not have the worst house in the gated community.
They have one of the worst houses in the gated community.
But you're still in the gated community, which is because right now the neighborhood that Florida State is in is threatened to be taken over by eminent domain because they want to build something else there.
Yeah, but they're way closer to the playoff. Like I'll disagree. I guess
no, they are not. Absolutely, what? They went 2-10 or 1-11. I don't even remember what the damn record was.
You don't think Florida State is closer to the playoff than Nebraska? No way.
I think you can't think that. Do I think they're that much closer? Not a lot closer. I don't even think that's the motivation right now.
What do you think you think the motivation is all the power and just not having?
Absolutely. Okay. I'm saying from a surface level. I'm not questioning why Tony White would leave. Because a lot of it, I think, does have to do with, hey, I'm going to be allowed to do what I need to do. And I won't have as many people, looking over my shoulder. I think that is a huge, and I also think they will pay him well.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be better than Nebraska or not. But from
they get better players?
From the surface level, theoretically, yes. Theoretically, they could. But the NIL situation at Florida State, how good is that right now?
I would say the same thing about Nebraska. I don't think that Nebraska's is as good as a lot of people want it to be, or as much as some people believe that it is. I don't think that 1890 is the bee's knees in terms of being able to bring in guys.
Florida State?
Hell no, it's not. Hell no, it's not.
I don't know this. I don't have the answer to
Florida
this.
State has been building their program through the portal for years, and it didn't work well this season. But just because they had one bad year, like talk about overreacting to one bad season.
Hold on. First of all, you're acting like the portal's been around for 20 years. The portal's been around for 4 years.
Norvell's done a great job with building it over the last few years. This was the first time that it didn't work out for him.
Perhaps, but again, do we know? We also keep in mind that Matt Rule hasn't been as aggressive in the portal. He may decide to be aggressive in the portal. We don't know.
I hope.
We have no idea. So. We have no idea. But if anyone thinks this is a step up, at best, this is a lateral move.
I think it's a step up for sure.
No.
I definitely think it's a step up.
No. Florida
They're
State,
closer to the playoffs.
Conference are going to be in next year.
That isn't Tony White. Why does Tony White care about what conference they're going to be in 3 or 4 years?
That's stability. That's finances. That's money. No. Nebraska is going to be able to fully fund their revenue share.
John, if
Florida State's going to be able to do that, and that's a part of paying the players too.
If you don't think that Florida State will be in the ACC in 4 years, that's fine. I don't think Tony White was going to be at Nebraska in 4 years, and I would guess that he doesn't think he's going to be at Florida State in 4 years. It's about taking advantage of the immediate 2025 season. I would say that Florida State will have better opportunity for a better season in 2025, and if so, they will have a better defensive roster in 2025, and if so, Tony White would be able to use that as a springboard to a better job. I don't really care where Florida State's going to be in 3 years because I don't think that matters for Tony White in 3 years. It matters for him in 2025.
Maybe not, but I mean to think that Florida State's that much further ahead than Nebraska?
Dude, they just went 13-0. The year before they went 10-3. Like, I don't get why, like, it was a top 10 team for the majority of last year. It was a top 10 team the year before.
But again, they collapsed, and now their head coach, Florida State's going to have to do what next year to keep Mike Norvell employed?
I don't know. Probably what they'll do, 9 or 10 wins. Like,
We think they're going to go immediately from 1 back to 9?
They just went from 13 to 2. Why can't they go right back up to 10?
It's a lot easier to fall than it is to climb.
You know why they have such a drop off. They screwed up at quarterback. Obviously, their coaching staff needed a healthy makeover. They have Gus Malzahn calling plays next year.
By the way,
sign me up.
I'm not trying to make this point to make it sound like Nebraska's this great situation. What I'm saying is I don't think Florida State's as good a situation. It ain't Florida State from 2000.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying why can't it be Florida State from 2023 or 2022? Nebraska, John, they won more games last year than Nebraska has in 3 years combined?
Yeah, and then they collapsed.
That's fine. Nebraska collapses every other second. What are we talking about here? This is crazy to me.
What are we talking about? How many games did they win, Josh?
I don't know. We keep mentioning we don't know how many games it is. Is it 2?
I think it's 2.
I think it's 2. They won 2,
That's
right?
Bad.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
Bad.
How many games did Nebraska win after October 15th?
How many of us had them picked to go to the playoff this year?
Not me. I certainly didn't.
Yeah, but did you think they were going to win 2 games?
No, I didn't think that they would take that big of a step back.
They collapsed. This is one of the worst collapses we have seen in a long time in college football.
Yeah, same with Nebraska going 1-9 in the last 2 Novembers after such great starts, 5-3 and 5-1. Like, I'm just stunned that we disagree this much. Like, that you don't even think that, like, this is a step up is pretty wild.
No, how can anyone say this is a step up? How can anyone say this is a step up?
Recent seasons. Gosh,
you can't. Stop looking at the recent seasons. Look at this year. This year, they collapsed. They choked. They died. They crashed. And now their head coach is on the hottest of hot seats. If they don't show immediate and huge improvement, which is hard to do, easier to fall than it is to climb. If they don't show immediate improvement, they're all gone. And, oh, by the way, who knows where they're going to be next year? Who knows what Florida State's situation is going to be like next year? This is it's not a horrible situation, but it sure isn't a noticeable step up.
I'd rather be at Florida State. I'd rather be at Florida State in 2025 than Nebraska.
Here's Nick. Nick agrees with you. Hello, Nick.
Nick?
Jesus, Nick, you tell us what Nick was going to say.
He just said, "Is John for real?"
Yes, I am.
Nice.
Yes, I am for real. Absolutely, I am. Matt Rule is on much more stable ground right now than Mike Norvell.
He might be, but I don't think it's as stable as you think it is. I don't think that this is like the hardest of rock ground that Rule is standing on versus sand for Norvell.
Norvell's a lot closer to the quicksand than he is actual sand. I mean, it's going to be a desperate situation when they go from the places they were at, and then absolutely collapse like they did. That is a jarring situation.
Sure.
And a lot of people are going to react very violently in those situations. So, and again, I'm not trying to make this out to be like Nebraska's a great situation, but it's not good at Florida State right now. I get why White is leaving. If it's about control, if it's about opportunity, yes, absolutely. The recruiting base can be good, but
John, it is good. We don't need to put a qualifier on it. Can be good. It is good. It's a great recruiting situation. They're in the state of Florida.
Yeah, but again, yes, you can recruit very well, but you don't have 4 years to turn this thing around.
Matt Rule doesn't have 4 years to turn this thing around. He fired his offensive coordinator in November, man. Let's not pretend that everything is hunky-dory in Lincoln, Nebraska right now.
I didn't say it was. But
that's what you're implying, though, whenever you mention that with Florida State.
You're going to be given more grace here than you are there.
Maybe.
Definitely.
What are you talking about? What do they have to do in 2025 for him to get to 2026? What are you saying that they have to do? Yeah.
I don't know, but it probably is in the neighborhood of 8 or 9 wins.
Yeah. Okay, sign me up for that. You don't think Florida State can win 8 or 9 games next year when they won 13 last year and 10 the year before with Mike Norvell, who's been a really good and consistent coach his entire career?
Yeah,
you're going to overreact to one season?
10 and 12 to 2. That's really consistent.
One season?
Consistency. That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. At Florida State,
show me the consistent seasons Nebraska's had.
State, you should never go 2 and 10.
No, I agree. I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying, let's not pretend like Nebraska's ceiling is above 6 right now. They got 6 wins, and it took 1 in the last 6 games for them to even get to 6 this year. They've had 3 and 4 win seasons, regularly in the recent decade.
Let's go back to the phones. Here's John. Hi, John. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone. Man, no one likes to wait.
Sad.
No one likes to wait.
He said he agreed with you, John.
All right, so we've got one mystery caller that agrees with Josh and one that agrees with me.
Jed writes, completely agree. Indiana won 3 games last year and climbed to 11. Florida State job is a step up.
A step up for Nebraska. Again, I don't see it.
They'll be in the playoff next year or playoff adjacent. Nebraska is so far away from the playoff right now.
Put it on the list. Put it on the list. Put that on the list. There's the first one for next year.
You think FSU's going to rebuild that quick?
No. Yeah. They will not.
Okay. They're also in a much smaller pond. That is also a massive, positive for them.
This one's funny. I'm a Rule apologist. No, part of my problem with Tony White leaving might have to do with Matt Rule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
This has nothing to do with believing in Matt Rule or thinking that Nebraska is going to ascend to this great level next year.
Mm-hmm.
It's more in my commentary where I think Florida State is currently and how tenuous that situation is versus the one at Nebraska. But this has nothing to do, in my opinion, with the playoff.
Do you worry that you're overreacting, though, to the long term of Florida State in this discussion about Tony White, who would probably not be there beyond 2026 at the latest?
No.
You might be thinking too big picture about this?
No, because I don't think Mike Norvell will coach beyond next year.
That's crazy. You think they're going to fire him after next season?
I think there's a better chance they will than they won't.
Okay, well, we can both have Florida State items on the 2025 list when we put that together.
There you go. Yes, Mike, and that's my point too. White didn't want to coach with Rule anymore. Yes. That's the reason why he left. Again, I'm not questioning. My whole point of this is not to question why or was it a good decision for Tony White to leave. It's why he had to leave. Because if you would have told me, if you would have told anybody, tell you what, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll discuss. But yeah, this is not about me being critical of Tony White's decision. This is why the decision was made. Back in a moment. 1620 The Zone. If you're looking for a way to support your team without breaking the bank, then we've got a new partner for you. It's On the Line. They have the solution. They have partnered with Creighton, with Nebraska, and with Omaha to help you and your contributions to recruit and retain the best student athletes in the nation. And here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com, you get signed up, and you pick your favorite school. And then you can actually assign different measurable metrics. Like you could say, hey, I'm going to pledge $5 to my favorite team for every win they have this season, or for every point my favorite player gets. Pick any measurable metric that's available, assign a dollar amount to it, and it's a fun new way to send that money towards that school's NIL fund so you can help get those best student athletes. You can sign up today by going to athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving today by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Welcome back. 402-951-1620. Jesse and Joe. If you decide to stay, we'll get to you in just a moment. But I was about to ask a question as we were going to break. Now, we have to go under the premise that we believe, as I do, that this move is at best a lateral move. Okay? So we have to run on that premise. But imagine asking yourself in the winter of 2022 that Nebraska is going to bring in a defensive coordinator who is going to post back-to-back top 20 scoring defenses. And then after the second year, that coach is going to not go on to be a head coach, not leave for the NFL, not leave for a program like Georgia, but leave for a program that's let's say, on the same plane. Again, you have to assume, as I do, that that's where that is. I wonder how people, I think a lot of folks would have said, why is this possible? Why would that happen? And that's the part that I have been mulling over the last 24 or so hours about how this has all transpired as to why it would happen. Again, I'm not questioning Tony White's decision to go to Florida State. I'm asking, why was it necessary in the first place? Why did it have to happen?
Well, I mean, my answer is it goes back to what we've been talking about for a while, and we keep using the term too many cooks. You know, Mitch Sherman talked about that with us yesterday. He wrote about something along those lines, maybe without saying that phrase, in a column this week. I think it's that. I mean, dude, that quote that he had, I don't remember how many weeks ago now, but it's been making the rounds again in all the stories about, like, hey, it's what the head man wants. Like, that is quite the quote.
I put that. I think I wrote.
Do you have it saved?
Yeah, hang on. I've got.
I might have put it on one of my sheets too.
I do. I have it right here.
Okay.
This was the quote he had made. This was from Sam McEwen.
Okay.
Sam asked White before the Wisconsin game what kind of challenges he felt trying to marry new schemes to his 3-3-5, and White said, "quote Whatever the head man wants, whatever the head man suggests, that's the way the program goes. That's how it goes. Period. Our job is to make sure that it gets done in the way and the manner of which he wants it done. And we put it on the grass with the players and make it alive. That's anywhere, any organization." That's the quote.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my whole point of all of this, because I think, you know, I don't believe it is. And even if it is a step up, let's just say it's not the step up we were expecting.
No,
right?
no. I would 100% agree with that, because the step up that I thought he was going to make was actually going to be drop down in program prestige, but up in title.
Yeah,
you know,
you're a head
he's
coach.
not a head coach. You know, I think he is going to a place with way better access for talent and an easier path to the playoff in 2025 and or 2026. I think that is the case. But in terms of where he would go or his job title, he has the same job title. So the job title is lateral. That is inarguable.
The job title is lateral.
The job responsibilities,
there you go,
might be a step back up again to what they were in 2023.
Here's Jesse. Jesse, thanks for waiting. You're in the zone. We are now 0 for 3.
Nick, are you actually taking calls, or are you just putting pretend people on the hold right now?
Well, this is someone who never leaves. He stays on hold all day if he could. Joe in Vegas.
What's going on, gentlemen?
All right,
Look at that. The phones work. Thank God.
Praise the Lord. Thanks, Joe.
You're very welcome. Happy belated Thanksgiving, by the way, boys.
Same to you. We were
Joe.
a little disappointed that in one of the random Ubers that we took, that one of them wasn't you.
Well, I don't do Uber. I work for Bell Limousine out here.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Well,
Yeah,
and
so-
obviously, you know, Josh and Connor, they took limousines, so you know they.
Well, and to be perfectly fair, I was last week. I only worked like 2 days. It was from a limo and transportation perspective in Vegas. Even though you wouldn't have thought it, we were slow. So I had a nice little 5-day break. So I could completely enjoy that. So getting back to the Florida State Nebraska debate, John. First of all, I think between the two of you, I think you're more right than Josh is on this. I will agree with Josh on this. It's a much easier play to recruit, and it's a much easier place if they get it turned around to win. I think the thing, though, that Josh and you may have forgotten about was back in, this would have been about 3 years ago, and we were all focused on Frost, so I can understand why no one would get to anything about Florida State. But up until that point, Mike Norvell had, like, his first 2 or 3 years down at Florida State were Matt Rule-ish at best. And the only reason he got that thing turned around the way he did, those 2 years that he went 10-2 or whatever it was, and then 13-0, was because of their quarterback. I forget the kid's name, but he was the main reason why they turned it around. And if you look back after he got hurt last year, Florida State was basically a shell of what they were without him. And then obviously it turned into this year. I personally believe what you said, John. I think it's actually a step below. And I know, Josh, you're probably rolling your eyes now. I can't see it because I'm driving. But I think the Florida State job is a step below for a few reasons. A, he's got Big Ten money. So the money's better. The prestige is better. and there's this, and I haven't heard too much about it said, but it kind of heard the coffers of, yeah. And John and I have been going back and forth on this the last couple of days with Tony White. My big disdain about Tony White was the defense in the 2 years that they were here never got off the field on third down when we needed them to. And I think Michael Severe was one of the guys who posted something on Twitter last week stating it was the Wisconsin game, the UCLA game, and then I think it was even the USC game where we gave up a lot of big plays and the yards per play had gone up. Now, obviously, the Iowa game was totally different. And I'm also under the premise that we had too many old Frost players here. But as far as Florida State goes, like John said, they're suing the ACC. They don't even know where they're going to be next year. And I'm with you, John. I think unless Florida State wins 9 or 10 games, they're all going to be fired anyway. And I've been reading I've been getting on some of the Florida State Twitter or X feeds or what do you want to call it, and they're all super excited about White. But the elephant in the room for Florida State is if they don't get a quarterback, it ain't going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, doesn't matter how good the defense is, and that's been Norvell's Achilles heel. And if you go back and you kind of see what the fans are complaining about that down there, he can't get a quarterback to save his life. So, like I said, I believe in John in this case. I'm not all that upset that White's gone. I think there's going to be a step back. I think there's going to be a step back next year anyway, because of all the young players we were going to have. My only complaint is I wish we would have played some of those young players this year to get them experience and not rely on the old Frost guys so much to eke out 6 wins.
I mean, they did play a lot of young dudes. I mean,
thanks, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Joe. Riley Van Poppel play, maxed out his red shirt. And, we saw some young dudes. Now, one of the problems was they couldn't play as many of them because the games got a lot tighter and they needed to stay with, the better guys. If they would have had more blowouts, they probably could have played a few more of those players. But I thought they played quite a few, especially in the defensive front this past year. But yeah, and really the only debate we're having is really over the quality of the Florida State job. But Josh and I are both in agreement that the reason why Tony White is leaving, to me, this is the bigger concern, because then the question is, well, what is Matt Rule going to expect of the next defensive coordinator? Is he going to turn the reins over just like I believe he is going to do with Holgorsen and say, here's your defense, do something with it? Or is he going to continue to want to have more fingers in the pie or, cooks in the kitchen, if you will, as it was last year? And my question would be, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to mess with something that worked?
Well, I think he gave Butler a lot of power this year. So if it's Butler, which I think it will be, he'll give him all that power.
Do you think that Butler's going to be the new defensive coordinator?
I think Butler's going to be the next defensive coordinator. Yeah.
I mean,
he's definitely going to call plays for the bowl game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my assumption. But sure. I'm allowed to be surprised by anything, I guess.
Yeah.
And then my question would be this: what part of the defense this year struggled the most?
Butler's, the defensive backs.
And how many years has John Butler been a defensive coordinator at either the NFL or Power 5 level? I have the answer if you don't want.
Isn't it 1? Yeah, 1.
At Penn State, 2013.
Yep, exactly. Been basically a decade.
So, and again, I'm not saying this is going to fail, but I have questions.
Mm-hmm.
I have questions.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems a little strange.
Maybe Bruntz has answers.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
In all this conversation, I have not been checking the wires here, just double checking. Oh, Chubba Purdy has entered the transfer. Oh, wait, he doesn't play here anymore.
But how the hell does he have another year of eligibility left? What are we talking about, John? This is so wild to me.
What, that he still has eligibility?
Yes. Oh, my gosh. Go get a job, Chubba. Move on with your life.
Yeah. Did you see this? Did you hear about this, Bruntz? Chubba Purdy has entered the portal. He's leaving Nevada.
Oh, I saw. So let's run it back. So he started out committed to Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up at Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Actually played at Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Left Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Came to Nebraska.
Yep.
Played at Nebraska.
Yep.
Ran for 100 yards against Wisconsin. People forget that.
People do forget.
What a great run he had at the start of that game.
Yeah, I missed it too.
He was crazy legs Purdy. And he left Nebraska, briefly committed to San Jose State.
Forgot about that.
They had a coaching change.
Oh.
And ended up at Nevada with Matt Lubick as his offensive coordinator. So
that's right.
It's
Matt Lubick, the same Matt Lubick who used to work the credit union?
Matt Lubick, the credit union guy?
Matt Lubick, the underwriter, yes, same one. Yeah, I don't know where he goes from here, but I'm eager to find out and learn.
I mean, Nebraska now needs another backup quarterback.
He did thrive in that role, I have to say. So, although the self-fumble against Iowa got brought up several times this year, unprompted, so I don't know how wide open that door is.
Hey, Bruntz, speaking of the quarterback position,
Wait, by the way, are we calling it is it a self-fumble? Is that what it's called? What's the technical term there where you cause yourself to fumble? Auto-fumble?
Auto-fumble. That's good.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah. My best friend in high school on the junior varsity team, Bruntz, he did that. He was returning a kickoff. He had many yards in front of him, and then he just fumbled. And his mom goes, "Why did he do that?" It's like, I don't know. I can't give you a good answer on this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to kill your segue. You
no, there was no segue.
No, you're good. I just wanted to ask you, speaking of quarterback, about the Kalen news and what you think it means for how Nebraska will attack the portal. Obviously, they still have TJ Lateef in the fold in terms of recruiting, so the old school way of bringing in quarterbacks is still there. As of now, we expect Raiola to be back. Harburg could be back, though, of course. He did move around a little bit this year. What does that news mean now? Does it just mean obviously they're going to have to go after somebody?
Yeah, it's well, with the 105 number, I mean, how many are we assuming they're going to carry? Like, is it
great question.
Is it? I mean, that's a question we've got to probably get dialed in a little bit more. But I mean, Jalen Gramstad's there with another year of eligibility if he wants it. I don't know. I mean, I think you probably, with a brand new offensive coordinator, and I mean, I guess we don't really have clarity about what the responsibilities are going to be on the offensive side of the ball yet, with everybody underneath Fullerson. So I don't know. I mean, you probably at least got to look and see what's in the portal, right? Just take a little look-see, and of course, the challenge is going to be, and it was kind of this way a little bit last year when we were kind of talking about, well, are they going to be able to get an actual backup? What's the plan here? I mean, you have an entrenched, pretty well thought of starting quarterback, so that kind of complicates the conversation. But I think if you're Nebraska, you probably got to look. I mean, I think there's going to be quite a few guys in there this time around looking for landing spots, and you're going to have an offensive coordinator that I think would be somewhat attractive to quarterbacks that are looking to find a place to land. So why not take a little look? But I think it is going to be really fascinating with the 105 number, though, how you structure your roster, because you're going to be, the days of, I think carrying what Scott Frost used to say, he wanted 5 scholarship quarterbacks. I mean, I don't know how realistic that is, if that's going to be for teams going forward.
No.
Michael Bruntz joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Nebraska got lucky with Dylan this year in terms of injuries. And while he did have to fight through some things, he didn't miss significant time. He made it through the whole season as far as starting is concerned. So I don't know. It seems to me like it's almost vital that they find someone probably with experience. And I would guess it might be a tell into what kind of offense Holgorsen really wants this to be by the type of quarterback he goes out and gets, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the way the room is now. I mean, I don't know that you would probably get a strong idea of what they're going to do. And I mean, I think he's also kind of evolved things a little bit from what he was earlier in his career to what he was at Houston. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm expecting it to look a little bit more like it did at Houston. But yeah, I mean, that would be a pretty strong tell. It's interesting, though, like if you go back and look at the types of quarterbacks that Nebraska was at least very loosely connected to in the transfer portal last year before all the dominoes started falling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know that there was a ton of commonalities between a lot of those guys either. I mean, it was kind of all over the map with the guys they were at least talking to. So, but yeah, I mean, I think if they are serious about going and getting one, I mean, that would be, I would imagine that Dana has certain things that he's looking for and would value in whoever they bring in. And I would guess you'd probably want to find somebody with a little bit of experience too, just to kind of add more to that room. Because, I mean, you bring in like a redshirt freshman or something like that, you're kind of backing things up, kind of similar to the way you were on the depth chart this year too.
Bruntz, John and I were talking about it near the start of the show, but when you go off of coaches that we know for sure are changing last year to 2025, what do we know? Defensive coordinator now. We obviously know offensive coordinator. I can't remember what the exact verbiage is about Garrett McGuire at this point, but it certainly seems like that is trending towards a change. So if we agree that the number is 3, what would you set the overall number on coaching changes to keep an eye on moving forward? Like, John, what did you say, John? 5.5? Was that the number that you... Bruntz, does 5.5 sound like a good over-under, do you think, for the total number of position and or coordinator changes from 24 to 25?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, you look at the way it's currently constructed now. I mean, you're bringing in a new wide receivers coach. You have the old wide receivers coach who's still in town and on staff in some form or fashion. You have the quarterbacks coach that was only dealing with quarterbacks. You have an offensive coordinator who, in his background, has been a quarterbacks coach. You've got the former offensive coordinator coaching tight ends at a really nice salary right now. So yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be more movement. I think that number is probably pretty fair. So, how everything kind of gets shaken out on the offensive side of the ball is going to be pretty fascinating, and you're going to need to probably have those decisions made pretty quickly. And I think Dana's getting the run of the room over there to kind of figure out how everything pieces together and fits together. And I don't know. It's interesting too. I mean, you have at least one analyst on the offensive side of the ball, and Jamar Mosey, that's pretty well thought of and has done a heck of a job recruiting for you since he came on board this fall. So, what's his role in all this? And, they'd even had kind of a larger role for Keith Williams in their player personnel office. He's working with tight ends and also out on the road recruiting during the season. So there's a lot that's got to get figured out over there on the offensive side of the ball, just there. And that doesn't even factor, what's going on defense. So, I think 5.5 is a pretty good middle number right there.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. If you're going off the assumption, as I am, that Dana Holgorsen's going to be given the full keys to the offense as he was at the end of the season, then it might stand to reason that the next defensive coordinator might be given the same leeway. Are you working under that assumption, given that, it sounds like Tony White didn't have necessary full keys to the defense last season?
Yeah, it'll be interesting on kind of how that happens. I mean, I would imagine there's going to be some autonomy there. But I also think, Matt Rule is just always going to kind of lean naturally towards that side of the ball to kind of peek in on, I just from hearing him talk, I think there's probably a little bit more comfort for him in giving the offense over to somebody else and letting that run. I do think though, I mean, with, the way the staff is now, you do have questions about what the future holds for Terrence Knighton. And, I think if you're bringing in a new coordinator, they're probably going to have some thoughts about who they want in there. So, I don't know. I mean, I think it probably depends on the person too, and who that person is, with how much leeway and free reign they're given. I mean, if you find somebody that coordinates a defense that has, the kind of experience of a Dana Holgorsen, I think you're probably gonna, keep your hands off quite a bit. So we'll see. I mean, I think a lot of it just kind of depends on that person. And, I think there's also a little bit of a, probably, is it somebody from inside Rules kind of orbit? I think that also kind of factors in how that person gets to operate.
Bruntz, it's beginning to look a lot like NYC, is it not, for the bull trip?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
How do we feel about that, Bruntz?
I think my thoughts on that game have been well documented through the years. Of never actually having cover a bowl game for the last 7, but I don't know. Opponent will be interesting. I mean, who is going to be on Nebraska's roster for that game is going to be fascinating.
Who will be on the sidelines?
like in some ways, like I know that's out there, and we'll know that on Sunday. But my goodness, like it feels like there's like 50 hoops we've got to jump through before like you even kind of start thinking about like, are they getting Pitt or are they getting Boston College in New York City? Like, it's more, is Nebraska going to have a 2 deep at defensive line for this game? Those kinds of questions. So, it's a fascinating offseason already. And it's technically not even the offseason, I guess. So buckle up, I guess.
And this is what everybody wanted.
Oh, yeah. This was the dream,
they
John.
Just been better off to win 5 games and skip it all.
John, you stop it.
But at least it ain't Detroit, though. Detroit's playing well right now. Maybe they could, a little good Detroit Lions karma could rub off on them if they played in the Detroit Bowl.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, I would be okay with like an outside upset of like Charlotte. As much as it pains me to say that, I'd be okay with give me a January 3rd game. Let's just drag this thing out as long as we can.
Oh.
How hilarious would that be, Bruntz? Because that means that Nebraska would be playing their bowl game after the quarterfinals. So, like, we would have had 2 rounds of the playoff by then.
Mm-hmm. You would have a lot of very football weary eyes on Nebraska for that game against like Duke, I think. So,
what day of the week is that?
It's a Friday night. You have the Marquette game that night, John. You have the Marquette game. Yeah, so you wouldn't get to watch the mayonnaise experience.
Oh, darn.
Somebody show up in Milwaukee and pour it on John. Pour mayonnaise on John's head.
What time is that Marquette game? Like, I think
it's an evening game.
Charlotte game at like 9 a.m. or something. It's like
no. The Charlotte game is a night. Both are night games, Bruntz. The Mayo Bowl's at 6:30, and the Creighton game is at 8 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a perfect. The Mayo Slime Bowl is a perfect place for Big Red Overreaction on News Talk 1290. That's what
it definitely would be that night.
Yeah. All right. Well, Bruntsy, have a good one. Dream of either pinstripes or mayonnaise or Detroit or whatever.
Dreaming of honky tonks. That's what I'm hoping
honky
for.
Tonks. Here we go. Back to Nashville.
Bruntz, have a good week.
See you guys. Yep.
Michael Bruntz joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source Hotline.
Chance writes, wait, Duke, it's their Mayo Bowl. That's not fair. Yeah, this would be home field advantage unseen around here since the 1995 Orange Bowl.
Sad.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, you can't give Duke the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Yeah.
Did Syracuse play in the Orange Bowl? Since that one's named after.
I honestly don't know.
I don't believe
Nebraska never played them in a bowl game. So.
All
right, coming up next, it's playoff talk.
Oh, let's go.
Where are we going to put these teams, and who do we think has already clinched a spot, and who still needs help? We'll have that next for you on the eve, like 6-hour eve. No, it's not even that. It's like 3-4 hour eve to the selection committee's latest poll on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circa Sports Iowa. It's never too late to put in your picks for this weekend's NFL games. Do it anywhere in the state of Iowa with the best sports book that gives you all the hospitality of Las Vegas at your fingertips. Circa Sports Iowa won't limit your account when you win a lot, which is a thing that some of the other guys like to do. They also have live in-game lines that update every break to throw you in on all the action, as well, of course, as those tight money line splits to help you get the most juice out of every game Circa Sports Iowa has to offer. Let's look at some of those tight money line splits this week. The Lions minus 177 over the Packers on Thursday. The Titans minus 185 to beat the Jags, and the Battle of the Birds has the Seahawks as plus 131 underdogs to the Cardinals. Enhance your weekends with the sportsbook built with you in mind. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Got playoff talk coming up, but first, we have not heard from this individual in a long time. Charlie in Fairbury.
Oh my gosh!
Joining us on the hotline. Charlie, what's up, my friend?
Are you guys working today?
No, we're just sitting here. Josh literally isn't working. He's in his house.
I'm at home.
We're not doing any work.
Smoking pot and home TV.
Hell yeah, baby.
Hey, listen, guys. I heard something this morning that really bothers me. Is there some truth to two things here?
Okay.
Did Coach Rule walk through the Iowa warm-ups the other day at the football game?
The only thing that we have seen was a video taken by Channel 7 where prior to the game, Matt Rule was doing a lap, I think it was a lap like around the perimeter of the field. And obviously, one team is on one side, one team's on another. So naturally you would walk, around that team. But in terms of like the idea of walking through their warm-ups.
It wasn't like Red Rover, come on over. Like he didn't break up anything. He just kind of walked right on the sidelines and kept on going towards the Nebraska side of the field.
Yep.
Well, the thing that bothered me more was I also heard this morning, and I did not see the early part of the game. So did our captains refuse not to shake hands with the Iowa captains?
Yes, they did. That did happen. That did happen.
That is uncalled for childish behavior.
Charlie, I agree.
On the coaching staff to straighten that out in a hurry. Those captains, if they was on my team, they would not be captains today.
Now, Charlie, are you aware that they don't have permanent captains? They just designate 4 different guys each week.
Okay. I guess I was dumb on that. But nevertheless, it's uncalled for behavior. I mean, it equals the behavior of the players of the Ohio State-Michigan game after the game. You want to know a quick way to stop that from ever going on again? Don't allow those teams in the football playoffs.
Ooh, that would be a hell of a punishment. I'm definitely for keeping Michigan out of the playoff this year because of what they did.
Nice.
They instigated it, didn't they?
Well, they were trying to plant the flag, yeah. So I guess technically they did. But.
These are unacceptable. We try to teach sportsmanship, and this goes on. And the fact that the Nebraska players refuse to shake, that's bad stuff.
Charlie, I agree. Charlie, I agree. Now, folks in the YouTube comments are criticizing the ability of news to get to Fairbury in time because this was like 4 days ago. I can't believe you're just hearing about this.
Well, no excuses, but we had a family funeral over the weekend, or we have one coming up.
There you go. So all you
our YouTube comment section is full of monsters.
Typical YouTube comment section.
Sorry for your loss, Charlie.
Yes, exactly, Charlie. My apologies. I know you're better than that because I know you get all your news from my father, and I know he is definitely on the cutting edge of technology.
I can't imagine him right now. I mean, after the election, is he still breathing yet?
He's fine. He's doing fine.
Yeah, usual good takes from John's dad.
My sense of sympathy or security, whatever. give Ed a high five.
I will do that, Charlie. Thanks, Charlie and Fairbury, ladies and gentlemen.
That was great. I did not expect the call. First of all, it ends with an election comment, but it begins with, "Is it true?" I'm like, where is this call going? Yes, Tony White's leaving. Yes, they have a new special teams coach.
Oh, crap. We didn't even break the news to Charlie that Tony White's leaving.
Yeah, well, yeah. Wait till he finds out the results of what happened on the Thursday NFL games. He's going to be blown away that the Bears did what they did.
The Bears did what they did.
Does he know anything about the players in the portal?
Yeah. Oh, no. He'll get to that by Friday, Nick. He'll find out about Daniel Kalen on Friday.
Hey, come on. He was at a funeral. It makes sense now. It makes sense. When you're focused on your family, I know you libs are all out on family because, I
love my family.
We can't have Thanksgiving together anymore because you voted differently than me.
I had a great Thanksgiving with my family.
But some people.
A lot of libs, though.
Some people do enjoy the company of family and focus on those things in times of trouble versus silly things like did Matt Rule walk through Iowa's warm-ups.
I'm happy you agree that it was silly to discuss that. Wow, Jim emails in, who is this jackass? Wow, Jim. That was Charlie and Fairbury. Put some respect on that man's name.
Put some respect on that man's name. He is a good friend of the Grum.
Yeah, Dave Fight. Charlie will come back in January. Is it true that Tony White left?
Again, he was at a funeral.
He was at a funeral.
Yeah, he was at a funeral. All right, the playoff. Playoff?
How shall we begin this conversation, John?
Well,
are we going to begin with rankings?
Let's go through what we would do. All right. We've been doing this the last couple of weeks. This is what we would do, and then we'll get into
questions, comments,
what we actually think about the teams that we believe are already locked in, and the ones that need some work.
Yeah.
But this was my top 18 last week. With Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, SMU, Tennessee, Miami, Indiana, the top 10, and then Alabama being the first team out at 11 because you had two conference leaders or champions, in this case, Boise State and Iowa State, 12 and 13.
Yeah.
So that's where mine was last week. And this week, well, obviously Ohio State fell, but the question's going to be how far will they fall? I dropped them down to number 8. So they dropped, actually, it should say 6 spots, not 7 spots, because they weren't number 1.
Let me ask you this, because I actually did the same thing at first, and then I emailed you, and I had you flip my graphic, because I realized that I had Ohio State behind Tennessee, and I was like, wait, why do I have Ohio State behind Tennessee? I will ask you the same question that I asked myself. Why do you have Ohio State behind Tennessee when they have beaten 2 top 10 teams and Tennessee has only beaten 1? Because I asked myself that question. I was like, this is stupid that I'm doing. And I'm not saying you're being stupid, but I just like,
yes, you are.
Was I being too knee-jerk reacting right now? Because they have a win over a team that you have ranked 3rd. That's Penn State. They have a win over a team that you have ranked 9th. Tennessee's best win is over the team that you have ranked 10th. Ohio State's stinker is to Michigan. Tennessee stinker is to Arkansas. I believe that Michigan is a better team than Arkansas. So shouldn't we? I feel like Ohio State should actually be higher than that. Not to step all over.
Well, that's a good point you make, because I'm now looking. You're right. Tennessee's losses are at Arkansas and at Georgia.
Yeah. Whereas Ohio State's are at the number 1 team in the country.
I would start there. They lost at home as a 21-point favorite to Michigan. I know that it's a rivalry game, but putting that aside, that was a tough loss.
Oh,
that was a tough loss.
Indeed, it was.
Now, I think what I was going off of, and now that I look at it, it's not as great as an advantage as I thought. Because remember, one thing we talked about a few weeks ago about Ohio State was their non-conference schedule was dog meat. I mean, Akron, Western,
the S word,
dog meat. Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall. Tennessee's was Chattanooga, NC State, Kent State. So not much better.
No, it was not. But they did have a power team, whereas Ohio State didn't.
You could say it's maybe a push. Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. I'll go off of this.
Okay.
And I'll stand by where I'm at on this. And that is, again, Ohio State loss is a 21-point home favorite.
Pretty stinky.
And Tennessee's losses are both on the road. Yes, one was to Arkansas, but I would put Arkansas in the same ballpark as Michigan.
And one was at home and one was on the road.
And their other losses at Georgia, which I see as a commensurate loss to Oregon. But I definitely see your point. And this, I'll tell you, this was another hard one for me because I was trying to look at this, because here's where an interesting dilemma is if the committee were agreeing with me. And that's near the bottom, where Alabama I have in as the last at large, right?
Yep.
Behind them are Boise and Iowa State, who are what I would have as the designated conference champions right now.
Yep.
And then Ole Miss, and there has been a heated debate online.
Lane Kiffin is chiming in. He has takes.
Lane Kiffin is following everybody and anybody that is putting up a good argument from Ole Miss.
Hey, real quick, John, why don't you do this? And Nick, let's clip this, and then maybe Lane Kiffin will retweet it. So, John, make your Ole Miss argument, and let's see if we can go viral.
See, I'm not making a good Ole Miss argument because right now Ole Miss is kind of locked out because the only way Ole Miss would get in is by leaping Alabama. But in order to do that, they got to leap Boise and they got to leap Iowa State, right?
Yep.
And those two teams are playing this week. Both of those either could win, could lose. So really, the way I have structured this, Ole Miss is locked out. There's really no way Ole Miss could get in. If you're going under the assumption that, teams like an SMU that lose their conference championship or Iowa State that loses their conference championship, certainly Boise would fall behind them if they lost their conference championship. But, I mean, the teams that Ole Miss needs to pass, they theoretically couldn't pass because they're not playing.
Yeah, and the other team that has become very much involved with the debate is South Carolina. Now, what's interesting about South Carolina is that they played Alabama, lost by 2 in a game that they very well could have won. Mm-hmm. They played Ole Miss, they lost by 24, and they played in that LSU game, John, where a lot of people say that they got screwed. Now, I didn't get a chance to watch that game. I was working that day. That was back when I was in Minnesota on my weekly visits in September. But a lot of people said that they got screwed. Meanwhile, then you look at the end of the season, they are, I would say, John, that South Carolina is our first iteration in the 12-team playoff of they are hot because they have won 6 in a row.
Yes.
Along the way, they killed Texas A&M. They beat an Oklahoma team by 26 points that beat Alabama by 21 points. They beat a Missouri team by 4. And then they just won the game against Clemson, a Clemson team that might win the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
So they are also a team that is going to be very interesting to see where they land tonight because a lot of people are hoping that they still have a shot. But I think we're going to get an answer on which of the SEC 3. And for me, the SEC 3 is Bama, Ole Miss, and South Carolina. Which of those actually have a shot?
I have to use head to head. They literally lost 100%. To the 2 SEC teams, Alabama and Ole Miss. They lost to them. And with all others being equal, South Carolina's best win, according to K-Ford, is the Clemson game. Well, Ole Miss has a better win, and Alabama's got a better win too. They're called Georgia. So, to me, I don't see how South Carolina could be ahead of either of those teams right now. So, anyway, here were your rankings last week.
Yeah, so I just mentioned it a few moments ago, but where are they at? Ohio State. Oh, that's last week. Sorry, my bad. I was already looking ahead.
This is last
week. Last week, some of the things that you and I differed on, I had Notre Dame at 3. I had Texas at 4. I'm trying to remember some of the just conversations that we had in there. Let's just flip it over to where I have it now. So it's funny. We just had that conversation. I actually do have South Carolina at 10. And I'm definitely overreacting to how these teams have played lately. That was probably a bit of an overreaction, honestly. Is now
you have South Carolina in the playoff.
Yeah, I have South Carolina in the playoff. In terms of some of the other stuff, real fast, I have Oregon at 1. Obviously, I have Notre Dame at 2. I have them above Texas. I'll be honest, John. I thought that their win over Texas A&M was more impressive than Texas's win over Texas A&M, and I know that that's all the way back on the first Saturday of the season, so it's a long time ago. But I don't think the committee is going to do that, but that's where I would have Notre Dame. I have Texas at 3, Penn State at 4, Georgia 5. I mentioned it earlier in the day. I had Ohio State 8 and Tennessee 6, and I thought about it, and I was like, wait a second, why do I have that? I explained my reasoning, a few moments ago. Indiana I have at 9. I'll be honest, I don't feel good about the South Carolina thing. I think that they are playing really, really good football at this moment in time. But you're right, they did. So I would adjust my bracket after talking it out. Sometimes I just need to talk these things out a little bit. I do have Arizona State still above Iowa State. The good thing is it doesn't really matter. We're going to get to watch that game on Saturday, and so that'll figure itself out. I have them, though, boxing out the G5 rep, which is Boise right now, and I went with Bama above Ole Miss. I have Miami at 16, BYU at 17, and then Clemson at 18. So Mark says Texas didn't allow A&M's offense to score. They didn't, but I was also not impressed by Texas's offense in that game. They had some pretty bad turnovers, and they let A&M hang around, whereas I thought that Notre Dame was more impressive.
I watched a lot of the A&M Notre Dame game. I did not see as much of the Texas game, but the parts I did see, to me, the games felt kind of similar.
Yeah,
I always felt like the winning team was in control. And And I would argue that maybe A&M was more of a threat to Notre Dame than they were to Texas, because Notre Dame got a late score to pull away. If I remember right, I thought A&M had the ball in a 1-score game in the fourth quarter. But that's 6 of one half dozen the other. I don't have an issue with Notre Dame being ahead of Texas. And I would probably agree if
it doesn't matter. They can't even.
Yeah, it'd be the same seeding because of the way the seeding principles go. I could definitely, the argument of Ohio State ahead of Tennessee makes sense. So I would probably, if I went back and scrubbed it and cleaned it off and did it again, I'd probably miss it around. But the interesting is, so you got SMU stuck in the middle. So let's throw SMU into this argument. Should SMU be ahead of either of these two teams?
Ahead of
either Ohio State or Tennessee? Because we literally have, you have Ohio State, SMU, Tennessee. I have Tennessee, SMU, Ohio State.
No. So my answer to that is no. Definitely not ahead of Ohio State. Again, Ohio State has 2 wins over top 10 teams in my bracket. Depending on how you view Alabama, they have a win over, Tennessee has a win over a top, 12-ish team, top 10 team in your bracket. SMU does not have that. What is SMU's best win right now?
BYU, right?
Yeah, so that's a top 20 win, but it is not. Honestly, man, sometimes I debate.
That's their loss. That's their loss to BYU. Their best win is Louisville.
Travis says SMU should be ahead of both Ohio State, and he says and SMU. I think he means Tennessee. I disagree with that. And again, John, the more I talk this out, the more I wonder if I actually had Tennessee too low and that I should have put Tennessee at number 7, because the conversation, and there was a comment a few moments ago, there's actually been multiple ones, and that's about Notre Dame's loss. And I find this stuff very interesting, because how much do you value good wins? How much do you value record? How much do you value or punish for bad losses or number of losses? I think that is a great question, because SMU has a better record than Ohio State. They have a better record than Tennessee. They also do not have a win that is on the same level as either of those two teams. And Ohio State has 2 of them, let alone just the one. So how do you value those types of records and those types of numbers? That is ultimately what a lot of these questions kind of come down to, and what the committee has to weigh on a night like tonight.
I still have Penn State ahead of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Obviously Penn State's got the better loss of the 2 1-loss teams. They lost to Ohio State. So in terms of better wins, and certainly Notre Dame is playing really well right now. If you wanted to compare literal head-to-head, Penn State had to go to overtime at USC, whereas Notre Dame beat USC at USC by a couple of scores. So that would be an argument in Notre Dame's favor.
Penn State's best win?
Penn State's best win is USC.
Yeah, see, Notre Dame has a better win than that. They have Texas A&M, I think they're a better team than USC.
Well, they've got Texas A&M is up there, because the next best win for Penn State is Minnesota.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, they have the Army win and they have the Navy win.
Yeah, Penn State has a better loss, but Notre Dame has a better stretch of wins, or better wins, and probably and a tougher schedule.
Yeah.
Because, they've got Louisville. They've got a Georgia Tech team that's playing really well right now. They have USC. They have Texas A&M. The loss certainly kind of lingers. That bad loss certainly does linger there. But yeah, it'll be a fascinating watch by this committee. And then the next thing, and we'll take a break and come back, because we're going to try to identify the teams, not based on our rankings, based on what the committee is doing, and based on what we see the situation as the teams that are locked in going into championship weekend, and the teams that are on the outside looking in or need some help.
Yeah, because here's a question that we can chew on as we go into break, and I think that this is going to be a team tonight to keep an eye on. Josh asks, what if Clemson beats SMU? Is SMU out? That they are, I think, the team to watch tonight, because SMU is going to tell the story of what will happen or what could happen, and we can explain more when we return.
There are a lot of folks now, and probably the better example is not the Big Ten, because whoever loses that game will either have a second loss or a first loss. So we're not really worried about Penn State or Oregon, certainly at all. The real test case will be the SEC, where if Georgia falls, it's a third loss.
Yep.
And if Texas falls, it's a second loss with a weaker schedule.
Yes. Yes.
And, where does SMU fit into that picture? I mean, a lot of people are assuming, hey, both teams playing in Atlanta and both teams playing in Indianapolis, they're locked in. But both teams playing in Charlotte are not. Certainly not SMU, the team with the better resume right now, and the team that right now, if the playoff were today, would be in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have our conversation on that subject and more as we continue. Steve Sipple still to come as well on 1620 The Zone. So tonight, the committee will put out its penultimate poll, and this one will be probably the most interesting, given that, and we don't know the answer to this. We think we know, but we're not 100% sure that the teams that are locked in to their conference championship games are immune from losing. In other words, they're not going to be docked for it. Now, that's not totally true.
No.
Or at least I don't think it's totally true.
It's not totally true with a qualifier. And the qualifier is if you are not in the top 12 tonight, you cannot lose your conference championship game and still make it into the playoff. And so for
do you think it's that high, or do you think I think the bar might be set a little bit lower than that? Like, for example, Georgia right now they'll certainly move up because Miami lost, but Georgia's 7 right now, but just using last week's, certainly you would think they would be safe, but an SMU at 9, if they would still be at 9,
they'll move up.
But let's just play devil's advocate just for the argument's sake. If SMU were sitting at 9 right now, would you feel comfortable with them still being a playoff team if they lost to Clemson?
Well, that's interesting because it goes back to my theory that we talked about, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, that if you are in your conference championship game, that you will not get punished for a loss in the conference championship game. I don't know. I feel maybe a little less secure in that opinion today. And I guess here's why, John. If you lose to Clemson, you've lost to a 3-loss Clemson. Like, man, that you can't beat Clemson. You can't beat this Clemson team. It would almost be a punishment from the committee for yeah, you made it to the title game. Great job. But, how did you lose to this team? That said, this question that you asked is hard because I don't think they will be 9. I think that they will be higher than that. I think that 9 is probably the dividing line. I think that on the opposite end of them is Clemson. Clemson will not be inside the top 12 tonight. Clemson has to win or they do not make the playoff. I think what would have been fascinating, John, would have been Georgia if they would have lost that game to Georgia Tech, how they would have been punished, and if they would have had to also win to get in, or could there have been a 4-loss, what would that have been, 9-4 Georgia team to make the CFP? Obviously, we're not going to see that because they won. No. I think 9 is probably the dividing line, though. If you go into tonight and you are 9 and you have to play this weekend, I think that you are in a world of hurt. Meanwhile, if you are not, then I think that you're okay.
Well, let's see what we have ruled then when it comes to the teams that we believe are locks.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I believe that the ACC champion is a lock, obviously. Yep. The Big Ten champion is a lock, and the Big Ten loser is a lock.
Okay.
The Big 12 champ, obviously, is a lock. The SEC champ is a lock. The SEC loser is a lock. So the Big Ten and the SEC, the 4 teams that are playing, it's only going to be about seeding. In my opinion, they're in the playoff. Notre Dame is a lock. Tennessee is a lock. Ohio State is a lock. And then obviously whoever the G5 rep is. And to me, it comes down to 3 teams. It's Boise if they win. If Boise loses, but Tulane wins, I think Tulane is in.
Really?
Yes. Tulane is ahead of UNLV.
They lost this weekend, though. They're not going to be ahead of them anymore.
You think?
Oh, no, yeah. I think the Mountain West, I think a more likely G5 rep would be Army than it would. I think Tulane is done. I think they lost their playoff chances by losing last weekend.
Well, anyway, it's G5 rep, whoever that is. So those are the teams I have as a lock.
My locks, we agree on some of them. ACC champ is in. Okay, so the way that you did this, I guess, was a little. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, ACC champ is in, obviously. Big Ten champion is in, obviously. The Big Ten loser is obviously in, so Oregon or Penn State. The Big 12 champion. So you have SEC champ and SEC loser. I only put Texas. I think Georgia. We'll get to the next page in a second. I think Georgia is probably in. It's kind of like a will win, might win, won't win. Not going to win or whatever we do in the offseason. I think Georgia is in the most likely in category. But you never want to lose by 30, in the SEC championship game. So I just had Texas. You and I disagree on Indiana. I have Indiana as a lock. I think that Indiana is going to be ranked high up tonight, that they're not going to have to worry about anything. So I think the conversation with Indiana is going to come down to, are they hosting or not? I think that they're on the road side of things in round 1. Notre Dame we agree on. Tennessee we agree on. Ohio State we agree on. And I took out Tulane and I just said the Mountain West champ.
I don't know why I put Tulane down on there. I guess I wasn't looking, but yeah, it's likely the G5. It's going to come out of the Mountain West.
Yeah.
I did not have Indiana in totally, but I think they should be in, or will likely be in. I'm only leaving myself a little bit of fudge room in case something really weird happens, but I think they're in.
I like fudge room.
I think they're boxing people out. And basically, I have the same reasoning with Georgia as you do with Indiana. They are most likely in. I would be stunned if Georgia did not make the playoff. But I just think there's a tiny bit of room where something wacky could happen, a.k.a. a beatdown, and they get left out. But they will, for all intents and purposes, be in. We agree on SMU.
I guess the rationale is this, and I guess it would take another team to jump in and pass Indiana. So, yeah, Indiana should probably be on the lock list. But I would say this. I feel very comfortable in that the committee will definitely not punish the SEC loser, and in this case, Georgia, for losing. I can't say that for all other leagues not named the Big Ten.
Correct.
That I hate to say this, but the politics of the situation will not allow the committee to drop Georgia out if they lose.
Yeah, again, this would have been a much more interesting discussion if
they had lost to Georgia Tech.
If they had lost to Georgia Tech, that would have made it really interesting. We both have SMU in the should category. Again, yeah. I think that is about where they are at on the dividing line. If they are above 9, I think that they should feel good. I think they will be above 9. I think that they should feel good. That said, I do know what is going to happen on Saturday if they are to fall to Clemson. I know what the conversation is going to be like, but I am someone that has been operating under the assumption that the committee will not punish you for making your title game, being a top 10 team, and then losing in your conference title game. I don't think that they will be punished for that, but if they're anywhere below 9, then they better go into this game thinking that they have to win. Otherwise, they're not going to make it.
Teams that need help, Alabama and Ole Miss.
Yeah, and I have Alabama, but I also have Miami. You don't have Miami as a possible team?
I think Miami is done.
Yeah, a lot of people keep mentioning them, man, like as a potential team.
I don't know why.
I think people really want them in the playoff. Maybe that's all. Yes,
but I mean, they
have a bad loss.
They have. I don't want to say Georgia Tech's a bad loss because it's not, but Syracuse not a great loss, and it's just they don't have any great wins, and the wins they do have, they had very fluky wins in the middle of the season. So correct. I don't even have Miami, and the only reason I have South Carolina there is in the needs a miracle category is because they are SEC and it's politics, but yeah, they're not jumping over Alabama and Ole Miss, who literally have wins over South Carolina.
Yeah, and I have South Carolina, I have Ole Miss, and I have Army in there as well, just in case they were to put Army in as the G5 team. I think that will be very difficult. South Carolina, Ole Miss.
That'll be worth watching, though. That'll be worth watching to see if Army's back in the poll and where they are in proximity to UNLV.
Yes.
Should UNLV win over Boise?
Yes.
And Army win if it comes down to between those two?
Correct. Yeah, and then thus how would they handle those two teams? The thing, if you're on the outside looking in right now, that you're rooting for is SMU to take care of business and to knock Clemson out. And then in the Big 12, I guess it really doesn't matter because you're only getting one bid from there.
You're only getting one team.
It's crazy because every week, John, like we've had all of this, like, oh wow, this team is still playing for it. This team is still playing for it. The number of teams now that still feel like they have a shot, it has dwindled like that. Because so many teams are locked into the playoff at this point in time.
And isn't that a little disappointing?
Well, it's conference championship game. You and I have always felt that it was stupid and overrated and not that interesting. And so I guess this fits with what last weekend was way more interesting for playoff stuff. I'm not surprised that this weekend
it really is, because it almost would have better suited us if we would have, and I'm not getting on my soapbox, don't worry, but if we had divisions. And so let's say, what would you have? You'd have Oregon. Well, it depends on how the divisions would have been divvied up.
Correct. Oregon.
So you still might have had Oregon versus Penn State. But if you would have had, let's say, well, just for argument's sake, it would have been like Oregon versus Iowa, right?
Yeah.
Iowa could have a chance to play their way in and be a dirty bid stealer.
Correct.
Right? Because Oregon wasn't going to fall out, right? Yeah. But then you bring in a team out of the Big Ten who is totally on the outside, who takes the conference title. We don't have that.
Correct.
And so the Big Ten game has really no intrigue in terms of the playoff.
Well, it's about seeding, right? Like, and I am intrigued about the game because
at worst, Oregon's going to be hosting a playoff game.
Yeah, I guess
what a terrible fate.
We haven't seen this game though before this year, so like Oregon Ohio State's fun, or Oregon Penn State's fun because I haven't watched it, and they definitely matter for seeding. Like if Oregon wins, they're the 1 for sure. Is Penn State the 5? Like I don't know the answer to that question. I tend to think if Oregon wins, that Notre Dame is going to be the 5. Or I guess if Georgia wins, though, is Texas the 5 over the loser of the Big Ten? So like that stuff is going to matter because the 5 seed could play the G5 rep, or they could play, the Big 12 champ. Like that stuff is going to matter. Like I understand what you're saying. Like seeding is less intriguing than win and in, but it still matters a whole lot.
That's the thing. You don't have a lot of win and in outside of the Big 12 championship game and probably the ACC championship game, and certainly the G5 game. But in terms of, the Big 2, we'll call them, the Big 10 and the SEC, if we're both correct and all 4 of those teams are in, there's not as much intrigue there.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing to keep an eye on tonight is SMU, I think, is the first and foremost one. And then the next is, how do the teams that aren't playing this weekend, how are they seeded? Because I think we're going to have a good example or a good idea of who is hosting in round 1. We are going to know tonight for sure that Notre Dame is going to be one of the hosts. Where the Tennessee, Indiana, where those 2 teams are is fascinating because a lot of people, John, I think, are expecting those 2 teams to play. Mm-hmm. And so is the game in Bloomington, is the game in Knoxville. And so that's going to matter. And then I mean, Boise versus the Big 12, number 1 and number 2 is interesting because is Boise getting a bye? Or is the Big 12 champ getting a bye? I think, John, that I've now entered into the standpoint where I actually think the Big 12 champ is going to get the bye because I think that they're going to have one extra data point that Boise is going to be unable to get, and that is going to be beating a top 20 team, no matter who wins. If Arizona State wins, they get a top 20 win. If Iowa State wins, they get a top 20 win.
All right, still to come, Steve Sipple's going to join us. We have more straight ahead, so stick around. We're coming back in a moment. 1620 The Zone. a few folks ask the question, when will we know about the bowl games, the non-playoff bowl games, and is there a selection show? I have been looking and looking. I don't believe there is an official selection show, but
there usually is.
If there is, they have not put it anywhere on any schedule.
It's usually Sunday, like Sunday night is when they do it.
The Bulls won't be able to pick until the playoff field is set, and the playoff field will be set around noon, our time on Sunday. I believe the selection show's at 11, so we'll know all the teams by then. And yeah, I have. If someone's got better information than I do, I just spent the whole break looking for it, and I couldn't find a formal. Hey, here's this Bulls game selection show. But if it does exist, let us know. We'll be happy to pass it along to the rest of the world.
Yeah, going off of
we anxiously await the announcement of the Pinstripe Bowl.
So two things. Going off previous years, it usually is, Sunday afternoon once the bowl or the playoff is selected. Now it's going to be different this year, of course, with 12 teams versus 4. But normally it happens that Sunday. That said, given how this stuff works, I mean, there will be reporting on it too. It would not surprise me, John, if we had an idea on Saturday or even Sunday morning, because once we get the conference championship games played, we're going to have a really good idea. Certainly the Big Ten, we already know that there are 4 teams making it from the Big Ten, but we're going to have a pretty good idea on who is in and who is out from other leagues, what's going on with the ACC, what's going on with the Big 12. So I'm guessing we'll have reporting before it is made official on the ESPN show Sunday afternoon or whatever it is.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the first time, because this is the first time the Bulls now don't have access to, 12 different playoff teams because they're in a playoff. Now, obviously, the New Year's 6 bowl games are still involved in the playoff format, but there'll be a handful of other teams that would have fallen to the non-playoff bowls that will not be available. And so that changes the pecking order a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, certainly we'll probably hear a lot more hard and heavy rumors Saturday, early Sunday, but the official time, there really isn't an official time, but we'll know something afternoon on Sunday.
Yeah. John, are you going to hop on and do a special emergency show for our 1620 The Zone TV subscribers?
No. Why would I?
I just thought because you seemed really excited about this, so I figured you'd want to do emergency breaking news streaming.
No, Rams are playing the Bills in America's Game of the Week, man. We don't
want to watch that, John. That game.
Oh yes, I am. We're gonna pill the Bills. The Bills don't know how to play when it's not snowing.
Oh, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be just fine.
Oh, they'll be okay until Jared Verse crushes the larynx of Josh Allen.
Wow, John.
Pill the Bills is peak John nickname, by the way.
It definitely is.
No, Josh is all about being something pilled.
Bills pilled.
So I just turned it around.
So you just reversed it?
Pill the Bills, yeah.
Bills are good.
You should be happy about this, Nick. You hate the Bills. You think the Bills are the scum of the earth.
I do.
Yeah,
and I do.
Nick's an idiot. What does Nick know?
Nick, I know the director. I know that they're in a bad division.
That doesn't matter.
A bad division.
Nick, you're the director of video. What do you think of John doing a special bowl reaction Zone TV live only show on Sunday afternoon?
I like big bowl overreaction for John.
We love it, John.
Cool.
I'll listen, John. I'll like and subscribe on YouTube.
Too bad my computer's not going to be working at that time.
Suddenly it's broken.
Jesus, Nick looked into the future and said your computer's not going to be working on Sunday.
I can see the future.
We still have the hot take market to get to, and we will get to it after Steve Sipple.
Yeah.
Of course, tomorrow night, the number 1 team in the country is coming to Omaha, the Kansas Jayhawks.
Oh, I thought you were talking about football. I was confused. I was like, "What's Oregon doing here?"
No, Oregon's not. Oregon's not going to be here. They're too soft. They couldn't handle our Midwestern weathers.
Interesting.
But no, Kansas will be here tomorrow night. There have been many rumors I've been seeing about Fedor Zugic.
Yep.
From Montenegro, who, of course, the Jays brought in during the offseason. Thought they were going to have him available this year. The NCAA has kind of drug their feet on his eligibility. Many have tried to use have used Twitter and social media as the rumor mill, saying, "Oh, I'm hearing news. I'm not hearing anything from any official sources that this is close to happening.
Well, that's not good. This is so dumb that he is like not eligible. So let's talk through this real fast for simple. So he's not eligible to play because he played professionally, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're able to make money in college sports now. Why does that matter? Who cares? You can make NIL money in high school in some states in America. Who cares?
Exactly.
This is the red tape we have players, running through or jumping over or jumping through these days. What are we doing?
And there's other players that are in kind of similar situations across the country who come from overseas, and whether or not they're going to be made eligible. Sometimes all they are asked to pay a restitution. Hey, you made money, so pay some restitution to a charity, and we'll make you eligible.
Mm-hmm.
The whole idea. I mean, now that we have completely blurred the lines. This is one of those spots where the NCAA is just trying to keep some semblance of authority. As Cartman used to say, respect my authority.
Nice.
That's all they're doing right now is they're just trying to say, okay, we no longer have any control over this. We no longer, but we still have control over this. And we're gonna stand our ground. We're gonna dig in our heels right here until some lawyer is successful in arguing against him, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, throw up our hands. We're done here. So this happens to be the one area where it seems as if the NCAA is going to take its own sweet NCAA time. So
if you were to bet, do you think he plays this year?
Jeez. As a Cub fan, pessimist at heart, I'll say no.
Yeah, that'd be my guess too. Kenny emails in, for those that like to cross the river, the line is KU -3.5. It's a short line.
Yes, it is.
That's a very short line. What does Vegas know? That's interesting.
Yes, it is. Very interesting.
Kansas, look at that smirk on John's face. Look at that smirk.
There's no smirk.
Do they storm the field? Are the students even on campus?
There's no field
still?
there. It's a court.
Damn it. Will they storm the court?
I mean, probably. That's what everyone's
supposed to do.
Well, John loves it when they storm the court, remember?
Because I'm on a different side of the floor, and my access to the floor is a lot more difficult now.
It's the same. What are you talking about? If anything, it's easier.
No, it's not. There used to be a gap there right at the table where that stupid cameraman would sit to give us those great floor-level shots.
Wow.
But at least there was a gap there. I have no gap because the Creighton bench comes right up against the table. So I would literally have to plow through Greg McDermott to get on the floor. And I'm not doing that. He's bigger than
you could run him over. I think
and I'm on the air.
Him, John.
I'm on the air.
Put your headset down and say, I'm storming the court, bitches. And then just yell like a crazy person.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Maybe if it was in Lawrence and I had a Creighton flag and I could plant it in the middle of Allen Fieldhouse, I would do it. Because that's all the rage these days, I'm told.
It is.
Steve Sipple, who maybe planted a few flags in his day.
He's definitely all the rage.
On the moon?
Yeah. He was alive for that.
He was. All of them.
All of them. 1620 the zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
This song actually now works now this time of year, doesn't it?
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blows.
I'd like Christmas music a lot better if this were the only song.
Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. Says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs.
You seen
to
LeBron's
his
shooting
safe
percentages
space.
lately?
Yikes.
Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many.
Oh!
Pull the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
I will make a deal with all of you people, and I do mean you people,
Whoa.
who continue to foist this hideous Christmas music on us.
Oh.
I will no longer protest Christmas music if we can convert all Christmas music into Stibbs Creations where he's singing about Steve Sipple.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
So, we're all in agreement. Great, let's do it. Stibbs, get in the room, start creating some Christmas songs. Every song is somehow about Sip. I mean, there's a lot of dated references in there now. LeBron hasn't been the GOAT for a while now.
That's an incredible song. I mean, it is. I don't even. It's fairly disparaging of me, but it's so artistic that I overlook it. I mean, I deserve a mouthpiece to the face.
Always, Sipple, always.
Why, Josh? I'm not going to do shows with you if you keep talking like that.
You're not going to do shows if I compliment you and say you're the greatest sports writer in the history of Nebraska.
I think that song is incredible.
It is.
And I like it every time I hear it. So thank you, Stibbs.
By the way, we are an hour and 7 minutes from the end of the Grum, and we do not have any more entries into the portal since the beginning of the show. So, Josh, someone's going to have to jump in quick in the next hour and 7 minutes, or you will be wrong. Anything surprising you from the portal entries so far?
Yeah. I would say Bayor and Butler both kind of surprised me. And when I say surprised, that doesn't mean I think the world's coming to an end. That just surprised me. I didn't think Bayor would. Bayor did have Bayor is one of the players on this team I really liked. I mean, he's a big, physical linebacker. I'm not suggesting he's an all Big Ten player or anything like that, but he's good. And Butler just was telling the world a week or two ago that he was coming back. So that's why I was surprised by that.
Yeah. So what explains it then, Sip? Why did he decide to get into the portal if that was going to be the case?
I don't know the why. I don't know the why. I don't know. I wouldn't even. I hesitate to even speculate. I mean, the one thing that changed is that we all know what happened with the defensive coordinator. It might have something to do with that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't. Otherwise, I have no other earthly idea.
We certainly have talked a lot about Tony White in the last 24 hours or so. And again, if we go back to April, May, June, and said, hey, at the end of this season, Tony White's going to be gone, I don't think any of us would have been surprised. But I do think a lot of us, at least I am, surprised that it's in this manner going to Florida State in what, we could argue is a lateral move versus, leaving for a head coaching job, which is what a lot of us may have been assuming in the spring. I'm curious how you see this departure by Tony White.
Complicated. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Complex, I think. And then it gets, people, I think, get annoyed by all this sort of, in this media core, we do a lot of tea leaves and just trying to read into things. And because the conversation is ongoing all the time. I don't think it's just a straight, Florida State came calling and Tony White jumped. I don't think it's that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think I don't think it's like a conventional, like it didn't go down like that. In fact, I mean, if we're just trying to distinguish between tea leaves and what's real, that's real. I know that didn't happen. I mean, I don't want to pretend here. But what led to it exactly? Only Tony White really can tell you. And what I have found over the years is sometimes the principals don't even tell you, what the deal is. So, and what you also find, you guys know this too. You've been working a long time, both of you. You sometimes don't find out for a few years. Then you find out. And it's like, okay, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll happen here with certain things. It'll happen with certain things that happened during the Frost era. It'll happen with certain hires that have been made. You'll be like, oh, they could have had that guy. It kind of happens like that. It doesn't happen in real time. It doesn't happen the next day. Sometimes you got to wait a while. That's probably what's going to happen here.
Sip, do you find yourself glass half full or glass half empty about what is to come next in the Matt Rule era? Because like on one side, there is a chance for a fresh start in a variety of ways, certainly with both the offensive and defensive coordinator, I think the special teams coordinator, and then some position groups as well. On the other hand, I just named all of those things and people are like, oh my gosh, in year 3, you already have to make that many changes? That's a lot of stuff. So where are you, glass half full or glass half empty?
It's hard. It's really, that's a great, God, that's why I like coming on your show. I always come out of it with a idea for a column. I don't know. It's a hard, here's the trouble. The thing I struggle with is I believe this year was a colossal missed opportunity. That's what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That this shouldn't be a 6-16. I mean, Iowa was a big missed opportunity, right? I'd even categorize UCLA in that.
Yes.
Even though UCLA had the ball for 14.5 of the first 16 minutes. I mean, what were you doing? That was a game. Look at UCLA now. I mean, you should have won the game. Illinois was a colossal missed opportunity. So what I'm saying is with this bunch of players, which is not only a good bunch of players, but a good culture group, a good group of guys, especially on defense, you should have won more than 6. And then if you did win more than 6, the conversations are much different. The recruiting conversations, portal conversations, and who's leaving and all of that is different. And even if Tony White did leave, that conversation would kind of be different. So Josh, that's my answer. I struggle with that part of it. And it's the problem with that is it's the essence of coaching to get all you can out of whatever group you have. I believe they did not get all they could out of this group, and that'll never go away. That's just what it is.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. Are you under the impression that Butler is going to be the new DC?
Oh, I'm not under that impression. It's a possibility, but no, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm under that impression. Maybe you guys know something I don't.
I'm curious because I mean, I think a lot of us, in July, August when he was hired, we saw who he was and where he came from and thought, oh, well, they've already hired Tony White's replacement. But it's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you felt that way, Sip. I just remember I kind of felt that way, or at least I'd been hearing enough people feel that way. And now here we are at the actual moment when it happens. And now it seems like maybe folks are just, maybe not. Maybe he's not going to be the guy.
No, it's a good discussion. John, I didn't feel that way. And
Okay.
I covered that Cooper Butler situation. It was over right over the 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I didn't regard it that way is I just regarded it for what it was, which was Rule needed somebody that was available quickly. And I didn't look at it like, oh, he got a guy. And by the way, this guy could be the defensive coordinator. I don't think that Rule had that in mind. I just think he needed a guy.
Interesting.
And yeah, this guy does have some coordinator experience. And I guess I wouldn't rule him out. But I don't have a great feel for what Rule's doing now. Like lately, meaning today, it feels like he might be looking. It might be more like a Holgerson or a Tony White, someone we don't know right now. We don't, someone from outside that has no prior connection to Rule. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Holgerson had no prior connection really, and Tony White had a little. They were two ships in the night at UCLA, all that. But I mean, now I will say this though. I want to cover my tracks a little bit. I mean, I've been told that Phil Snow was his initial. That's who he wanted out of the gate in 2022 and late 2022. And now Snow had been with him at Baylor and Temple and had great success. They struggled at Carolina, obviously, and then I just think Snow wasn't quite ready to jump back in. But I've been told that was what Rule wanted initially. So I think you could say maybe Snow would be a guy.
Yeah. Assuming, and I'm assuming here, that Holgerson's going to have full reign over the offense.
Yeah.
Do you think the new defensive coordinator will have full reign over the defense, or will Rule have a little more say in what happens on that side of the ball?
It depends who it is. It depends who it is. I mean, if it's someone like Holgerson, a 50-something, 60-something, who's been a head coach and a coordinator at a very high level, then I would expect that person would have a lot of autonomy, if not full autonomy. If it was a higher, I'm thinking of off defensive court. I mean, if it was a higher like Tony White again, no, I wouldn't think. I mean, I don't think Tony had sort of earned that sort of autonomy in his career. Not like Holgerson, right? I mean, he's younger. He was 43. He hadn't had the kind of success that Holgerson did. If you hired Bo Pelini right now, he would get full autonomy, right? I mean, that's what I'm talking. That's the kind of guy I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But no, not everybody does. Not everybody has earned that. So it just kind of depends who it is. I wouldn't expect that Butler would. Snow would. If Phil Snow wants to do it, if that's even a thought, which I don't know if it is. But if it were, yeah, I would think Snow would get a lot of autonomy. Now, keeping in mind that Rule is a defensive-minded coach, and he's active. I mean, he helps on the headset. He's not, some coaches don't do much at all. Head coaches, he's not that guy. He'll be involved.
Sip, your Sunday column was titled, "How Can Matt Rule Make Nebraska's Program Better?" 4 key areas spring immediately to mind. And those 4 areas were keep Dana Holgerson in the fold as OC. Obviously, that's already happened. Allow Holgerson to hire experienced staffers if he wants. Judging by what's going on at wide receiver, I'd say that's happening. 3 was get difference makers from the transfer portal, with wideout being perhaps the most glaring need. And the last one was find a new special teams coordinator, a proven one with ample experience, as Nebraska's mistakes in this phase of the game too often have been glaring and catastrophic. So it does seem like the last one is happening. It seems like it. How confident are you about point number 3? Because the first 2, as we discussed, they're already, that train has left the station. But can they get those difference makers that they need in the portal?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't see why not. You'd have to convince me of why they can't. They got to do a better job of identifying. I mean, I thought the receivers they got, Banks and they were 1 for 2 on, which isn't, that can happen that way. You could make an argument they were 2 for 2. You could say that Nayor was fine, and you could make that argument and be right. I would go 1 for 2, but I think they can do better, and I think they'll have to do better. So, I think they need they're probably going to need a big body. Well, you always need big bodies, but I'm jumping around now, but I think they could use a stalwart big body on the defensive line. If they can find that. Now that's really hard because everybody wants them. And offensive linemen, tackles. If you can get that, that'd be great. But I think there's just going to be some key guys you got to go get. I hope there's some urgency there.
We haven't mentioned this yet today, but today was hyphenated awards day for the Big Ten Conference.
Nice.
Which also coincided with the announcement of the all-conference teams, and only one player was announced to any of the top 3 all-conference teams, and that was Ty Robinson, 3rd team defensive lineman. There were a handful announced on the honorable mention, mostly defensive players, but I can remember we were having this conversation on Jack Mitchell's show, the Tailgate show, mid-season after the 5-1 start. Hey, how many of these guys could be, first or second team all conference? And it turns out the answer is 1 third team all conference, and that's it. Did that surprise you any?
No, not at all. When I was told that, Keith Mann, the media guru sent us a text that said, hey, 11 o'clock, they're going to show the all Big Ten teams on the Big Ten Network. And I just told Sean, I'm just going to write a story about Ty being third team, and there'll be a bunch of honorable mentions, which is exactly the case. I figured he'd be 3rd team, and I figured there wouldn't be anybody else. I mean, there's nobody. I don't even know that there's anybody close on offense, which is an issue, by the way. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
On defense, I don't even know that I would say there was anybody close on defense. But Ty was, God, it tells you, we always talk about how good the defensive lines and the offensive lines in the Big Ten are. Ty, just being a 3rd teamer I think it illustrates that to a certain point. Now, I haven't looked at the teams, and I did hear someone say that there was a lot of more like pass rush types that were named defensive line and not interior types. So that colors the conversation a little bit. But Robinson is just started playing at a first round level, I thought. I thought watching the Wisconsin game, that's when I first thought, oh, that could be first round. He looks like a first round player to me. So and I don't know that he will go in the first round. He's low first round. But it wouldn't be surprised if he went the second and I would expect he'd go, in the 3rd or 2nd or maybe low first. He got going really well. He developed as a player really well. He wasn't playing at that level last year. He probably wasn't even playing at this level earlier this year, and he just kind of kept climbing. And at the end, he was really a bear, just hard to deal with for anybody.
Sip, do you think the 2024 season, when we look back on it a few years down the road, is it more of a missed opportunity, or is it more of a bump in the road for the Matt Rule era?
I like I said. Now here's the thing: I got to cover my tracks, Josh, because I predicted 7-5.
Yeah.
So based on what I said earlier, people would say, "Well, now wait a second. So they finished 6-6. So didn't they get what you thought, or close to what you thought they had?" No, they didn't. Because 7-5 was a very conservative prediction. I was always leaning towards 8. I just couldn't pull the trigger because of what's happened here in recent years. No, I thought, and then as the year went on, I just thought this team's better than they should have. There's just more game. There were more games out there to win, and there just were. I looked at it as a miss. I'm always going to look at this year as a huge missed opportunity. That's how I'm always going to look at it. And it's critical too, because the program needs to grow. It's harder to grow under these circumstances. when you have crushing losses, Josh, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You can't ignore that part of the equation here.
Yeah.
Close losses are hard and they suck, and we've dealt with it a lot. But when you go to 56-7, and when you get on your home field against UCLA, a UCLA team is not even going bowling, and they don't convert third downs all year. They're 99th in the country, but now they're 4 for 5 and right out of the gate. They're 6 at 10 at halftime, and you can't get them off the field, and then you lose the game, and you don't really play them that well at all. And then Iowa, I mean, come on, that's a crushing loss. Those are 3 really bad losses for different reasons, all a little different, but you just blew it at Iowa. That's a win that just somehow, I mean, we know how, and that's why I wrote what I did about Foley. I mean, with decent special teams, you're out of there, you win, but that's why. No, I'd say it's a missed opportunity. It's really, I regard it as really unfortunate.
Nebrasking. It's no longer Clemsoning. It's Nebraska.
It's Nebrasking. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I kind of look at it a little bit more. I mean, God dang, Iowa's something else. I mean, that whole scene is something else to me. That when they start that "Let's Go Hawks" chant, that is bloodlust. I mean, there's something kind of spooky about that chant, and I kind of mean it in a good way, though.
What you mean? Go Big Red doesn't like get your blood flowing any at all.
Let's Go Hawks, when it's echoing into the night when they know they got you, even though they're down. It's a pretty eerie thing to me.
Sip, when they get the muffed punt or whatever you want to call it, and they settle for a field goal, but it doesn't bother them one bit. Like I said it to John yesterday, that should have been the moment when we realized, oh no, they have Nebraska actually where they want them because they're just waiting for another mistake.
I did realize. That's what I said to those guys in the press box. I said, I think this one might be over. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was got them. They got them right where they want them. 10-3, those things happening. I've seen that. And you could feel it. You could feel what was going on. It's that's what I mean by that's something else. It's something else at that place. They know they got you.
Interesting. Because I didn't feel it until the touchdown. I didn't feel it.
I felt it at 10. I felt it absolutely. As soon as that ruling on the punt went against Nebraska, I was like, yeah, here we go. There we go.
Well, Sip, now you got to look forward to a trip maybe to New York City.
Looks like New York, guys. It really does.
Maybe Charlotte. I'm still holding out hope for Detroit. I think
that ain't happening.
Detroit would be wonderful. I've never been there.
John, stop being such a freak.
That's not a freak. It's Detroit, the home of the best team in the NFL, the Detroit Lions.
I love Detroit, but they're not going to Detroit.
It's Dylan Raiola's original home. He was a baby Dylan at that time. It'd be like a homecoming. He'd be comfortable there. His dad could show him all the different places inside of Ford Field. Hey, here's where we hid Ndamukong Suh's keys from him when we were worried he was going to go out and start driving
his car into people again.
Exactly. All this stuff.
Wow, that turned interesting.
It always does on this show, Sip.
Uh-huh.
I'm with John on that. It's just not going to happen.
No, I know, but a fella can dream.
Indeed.
A fella can dream. All right. Well, Sip, have a great week, and next week we'll be. We can help you scout out different locations of Mexican restaurants you can eat at in whatever bowl location they're in.
Yeah, New York. I'm not too worried about it. It's just a quick trip in and out of that one.
What was the name? The Chevys. There's a Chevys in Times Square in New York.
Wow, really?
Yes, or at least there was.
Okay, I'd be open to that.
I'm gonna go all the way to New York to eat at Chevy's fresh.
Classic.
I would be. I miss that place. They had one in South Lincoln.
Yes, I know. I remember. I remember.
I get the same waiter. We get the same waiter all the time.
Well, not anymore. You don't.
No, I don't. Yeah, it's gone. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you having me on.
We love you. We love you, Sip. Thanks.
I love you too. See you later.
There he is. Steve
Sip, love you. He's gone.
HuskerOnline.com. All right, when we come back, we got the hot take market.
Nice.
And Josh, you say you have a solution to the biggest problem facing college athletics.
I have figured it out.
Good.
Yeah.
She'll be
Hey, Nick
very-
just got a notification.
Yeah. we
No,
did.
I was trying to do something on the computer and I did it wrong.
Yeah, I guess you did.
That was a you screwed up ding.
Well,
All right, we'll have the hot take market next on 1620 The Zone. All right. The hot take market, by the way, Nick has completed the Portal People graphic.
What a graphic. Great work by Nick once again.
Made in Canva.
Oh,
yeah,
hell
but
yeah,
he's
Nick.
complaining about how long it took, and to which
Just
I could have
this
said
one time.
we could have had it done an hour ago if we would have used my program.
Canva
It
was
would have looked like garbage, though, John, with your program.
What are you talking about? It would have looked awesome, like Jameis Winston did last night, save for 2 passes.
Nice.
Nice.
And that's my first hot take.
What's
Jameis Winston is going to be a hot commodity on the free agent market. He's going to be what Baker Mayfield was 2 years ago. And if the Browns don't lock him up, they're crazy.
Wow, that is a hot take. Explain your work.
Because he's brought life to that offense. They threw for almost 500 yards last night. They scored almost 40 points. This is a different looking team now. And sure, is he erratic? Yes. Is he eccentric? Of course. But what better can the Browns do at this point?
Well, that hard to argue with that. I mean, they still have Stinky Man involved, right? They still have to pay him. Do you think they'll finally release him and get rid of him?
They're going to have to. At some point, they're going to have to. They're going to have to just bite the bullet because forget about his problematic nature. He's just not good anymore.
No, he sucks.
And he's injury prone.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you got Jameis out there just winging it, letting it fly, having fun.
What is he,
He
Blue Jay?
seems to have, stabilized the locker room. I think the fans really enjoy him. Am I saying this guy's going to win you a Super Bowl? No.
Hell no.
But I think you could get, Baker signed a 3-year deal with Tampa. I think you could do something similar with Jameis in Cleveland until you get your long-term quarterback situation figured out.
Do you worry that he turns the ball over too much?
Probably, but
he's really exciting, though.
He is exciting. And again, the Browns are a threat. The Browns are a threat to everybody remaining on their schedule.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs. Obviously, they're not. But they are a threat to everyone remaining on their schedule.
I'm going to go back for my first one. I'm going to save the juicy one for the second hot take. Both of them are, I believe. But the first one, I'm going to go back to yesterday. Ryan Day is indeed coaching his final days at Ohio State, and he is going to be the one who leaves. He is going to go somewhere else. I do not think he's going to retire, but I do not think that he will be the head coach at Ohio State next year. It just seems like an untenable situation. And I'll be honest, man, I really think that how he has talked about his family and how losing to Michigan has seemingly affected his family is going to be the biggest reason why. And this is, of course, barring them going on a national championship run, which I don't think that they are going to do. So I think that Ryan Day is coaching his final days at Ohio State. And if there was ever a time, John, for this program to finally get the comeuppance, it is long deserved and long earned. Maybe it would be running the guy out of town who is right now 66-10 all time at the program, but he keeps losing to Michigan. Maybe they are finally about to enter into their post-Bo Pelini phase of college football and suck. God, that would be glorious.
Highly unlikely. It's Ohio State. Have you seen their record? They just keep winning.
They just are so good.
Keep winning.
Yeah. What do you think is a hot take, though, in general? You think he's going to leave? Think this is it?
Ask me after the playoff.
Nice.
I don't know. I really don't. Speaking of winning, hot take.
Yeah.
Winning does not give you the right to plant your flag. If you're going to defend the flag planting, then you also must defend the right of the opponent to defend their turf.
Well, they should have won the game in the first place.
No,
That'd be what I would say.
Because you won a game doesn't mean you get to taunt them and use symbols. No, it does not. Because all it does is lead to fights. Did you see what your boy from Texas did?
Quinn Ewers?
No, the head coach.
Sark?
Sark.
Hook him.
They started to dance on the A&M logo. He broke up. He was standing there. He was hugging one of the regents or someone. He was celebrating. He saw what his players were doing, and he sprinted towards middle of field and said, "No, we do not do that here. We're not gonna stick it in the eye of our most bitter rival." That was a smart play by Sark.
Stupid.
This stupid fake macho preening about planting the flag. Listen, if you want to do it, fine. But then you also must defend the right of the team that's happening to defend their home turf.
That's fine with me.
I guess
I'm fine with it.
You're either for preventing violence or you're encouraging violence. But you can't have it one way or the other. It's gotta be you either allow them to do it and defend them from doing it, or you don't allow it at all.
So if I said I'm okay with that, well, how do you feel about that then?
That's fine.
Okay, cool.
That's all I'm asking
cool.
for. That's all I'm asking for is consistency, which means if Iowa wants to surround their logo with police officers, they can do it.
Anti-prayer, very on brand. Atheist Iowa added again.
Here's another hot take.
Wow.
The Nebraska prayer huddle and why they do it there ain't about the damn prayer.
Wow, are you saying they actually don't believe in God?
No, but there's a reason why they want to do it there.
It's performative.
When I played football in my early tiny baby boy days, I feel like we went and prayed at the 50-yard line because it's the 50-yard line. It's not about people are such baby. Why are you allowed to run all over it during a game, but in pregame you can't pray on it? I feel like that is more performative than anything. The reaction to it from the other schools. Who cares?
No. The only reason they want to do it at the 50-yard line, it's like they're marking their turf. It's the pregame version of why you want to plant your flag on the other team's logo.
Hey John, you travel around with Creighton. When they finish like a warm up inside of the arena that they are playing in, don't they often meet at mid-court and do some sort of huddle break thing? Do they do that at Creighton? Do they do that when they're on the road?
They break, yeah, it's just ending practice.
But they do it at mid-court, don't they?
During a closed practice where the other team is not on the field, yes.
Yeah,
or
so
on the court.
It's basically the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
No, it's just midfield is a meeting place. Midcourt is a meeting place.
Why don't you meet in the end zone? Why can't you meet out in the bus? Why can't you meet
I don't know. Ask
room?
Greg McDermott. Why don't they meet below the hoop?
Because
I
you
don't
just
know.
ended practice.
But there's not a hoop, John, at midcourt. So why do you have to come together at midcourt? That's what I'm trying to say. It just is like a natural meeting point.
It just ends up being there. I don't know, but
interesting. It ends up being there for Creighton or for a basketball team, and that's okay. But football, it's suddenly bad.
The field, when you're coming onto the field for the first time, why do you pick that area? You're picking
because
that
that's a logo. It's midfield.
It's a psychological ploy, and I'm not saying it's wrong, by the way. Okay, so this is just like the previous argument, right? If you're okay with teams trying to plant the flag, you should also be okay with teams trying to defend it. I'll say the same thing about the pregame prayer.
A pregame prayer?
Ain't about the prayer. It's the psychological, hey, we're on their turf now. We're going to take this turf over. That's what it's about. They can do that anywhere they want, but they chose that spot.
So if they do it in the end zone where it says Iowa, is that going to make them mad too?
That actually makes more sense. Think about it. It would make more sense because the end zone is the most important spot on the field. You're either trying to get to it or defend it. It actually would make more sense if they prayed in the end zone.
Shouldn't that trigger Iowa more that they're saying this is our end zone, we own it? It's midfield. It's a logo.
Well, either way, I am fine with either. I'm fine with doing it as long as you're fine with people defending it, or vice versa.
Sending cops over there, I think, is a bit much. Hot take, John. I have figured out the future of college athletics. We have been wondering for years, what is going to happen when the players are getting paid? How is this going to work in terms of a football player, Title IX, women's sports? I have figured it out, John. And this is not a word that you're going to want to hear. College football players moving forward will be influencers for the university. They will be doing all these videos. They will be playing for the program. They will be influencing other students to go to the university. And that is how this will all come together and all work.
You mean how they've always been? I mean, the way that colleges have always used athletics to influence people to come to the university?
But they will actually be influencers that are paid by the university, but they will not.
And how does this fix everything?
Well, because then players can be influencers and they can make money off of the university.
But they're getting revenue sharing.
But they're going to get paid actually to play, a.k.a. be influencers when they do it. It sounded better when I was tired on Thanksgiving morning and I emailed myself.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, how this is any different than what they're going to be getting starting next year, and that is they're actually going to get revenue sharing.
Well, I'm talking about splitting off football from everything else so you can just have football money and then, have scholarships. Because they won't be on scholarships anymore. Instead, they'll be influencers for the university. I could flesh it out a little bit more. Again, I was sleepy on Thanksgiving morning as I flew to Denver.
Man, you should have seen the DM I got this morning saying, I figured it out. It's the greatest thing ever.
I know.
And now Josh is like, I'm not so sure if this is going to work.
Well, because we had such a great argument about midfield.
We did. We did. Again, don't have a problem with you doing it, but I also don't have a problem with the other team trying to stop you from doing it.
Triggered Ryan writes, Josh needs to look at the history of the Tiger Hawk. It'd be the equivalent of taking the horseshoe down or putting a giant rock in a random rock garden. No, first of all, I'm not going to look up the history of a logo, Ryan. That would be stupid. Second of all, every school gets mad about going onto a logo. It's not about the history of a logo. It's about fake, as John just said, machismo with these stupid players. Yeah, from the school that is being mad about it. That is where the fake machismo.
No, but it's also from the school that's doing it because they're trying to send a psychological message.
If it's so bad, they should have markings around midfield logos for the whole game. You should never be allowed to walk on midfield during a football game. It's so ridiculous. So
yes,
stupid.
I agree. The whole thing is ridiculous. Let's
Look
just
up the history of the Tiger Hawk. How about I
sure
go?
we're consistent
Look up the
about
history
it.
of a logo. What kind of nerd do you take me to be?
You're a pervert, not a nerd. We all know that.
All I do is I think about what it would be like if the situation were reversed and how would people react, and I guarantee
know.
the reaction would be exactly the same. It'd just be flipping sides.
And guess what I would say to people? Cry me a river. Stop being such babies about trivial crap. Let them pray where they want to pray. It's midfield. It's a football stadium. They're not
Josh
peeing on-
Peterson here for prayer in schools. Yes, it's
I
happened.
pray. You don't pray, John, when you go to bed. You say, "I hope I get to bed quickly and wake up."
Prayer in
feeling good.
schools.
Well, I mean, it's not a
Conservative
school.
Josh, man. I'm not only is Trump getting Morning Joe coming down and visiting him. Did you go visit Mar-a-Lago over Thanksgiving?
No. Severe texted me, "You are a huge nerd." Yeah, but I'm not looking up history of the Tiger Hawk like a dork. My God.
If they wrote a book about the history of the Tiger Hawk, would you read it during the non-consequential bowl game?
Hell no, I wouldn't. I'm not a dork.
Yeah, you are.
You're
You're going to read that stupid Michigan book by John F. Sausage or whatever his name is.
John U. Bacon, John. John U. Bacon. Look at that. End zone. The rise and fall and return of Michigan football. Oh, baby.
Gross. Coming up, speaking of Jameis, we'll hear from Jameis because he's praying for something else now. And there might be a rule that could beat the NBA's magic timeout for the dumbest rule in sports.
Oh, wow. I'm intrigued by this.
Stand by, 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content
that's unsportsmanlike.
Don't forget, you can always sign up for our email club, and you'll get such great things as Nick making random logos and graphics and things, and he'll email them to you and from our email club, right? Is that how it works?
Sure.
That might actually be a way to get people to join the email club is
Nick's graphic of the week.
They could request.
What an idea.
Like, hey, it's our 50th wedding anniversary. Create me a Canva graphic and do a lot of thick outlines.
That could be a prize that we give away, Nick, is you get to make them a Canva graphic.
My outlines have gotten less thick, John. I'm refining my craft.
Well, maybe they should get thick again.
Make outlines thick again.
Anyway, sign up for the email club at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
It's been a whirlwind of a 48 hours for Husker football. Are they better now than they were the day after the regular season ended from a coaching staff perspective?
I hate to pull a Farron here, but it's too early to tell.
Pick a side.
But if I did have to say, I would say no, they are definitely not better from a coaching staff perspective because they don't have a defensive coordinator right now. They also don't have a defensive line coach, or possibly don't have a defensive line coach right now.
Well, he was at practice, so at the very least, they still have him for today.
So no, I would say no, not right now. They aren't, but they aren't complete yet.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I do tend to think that the answer will be yes. I think locking up Holgerson is massive. If you were to give me the option, John, and this is not to join all the goofballs that are like, thank God Tony White's leaving, but if it's like they can have Holgerson full-time and no Tony White, or Tony White full-time and no Daniel Holgerson, I would rather have the former versus the latter. But yeah, we need to see who their DC is. We need to see which assistants are staying and going. Obviously, Ed Foley is still employed, and they need to move on from him. By the way, as we record this, according to Hayes Fawcett, James Williams is going to enter the transfer portal. That news.
Oh, you made it with 21 minutes to spare.
Yeah. I'm not happy, by the way, about James Williams leaving. I'm happy about beating John. I just wanted to make sure everybody knows.
Man, James Williams.
I just made the graphic.
James
Put
Williams.
him on there now.
We were so excited about him.
Yep, not anymore. We're
not.
not.
Remember,
we hate him now. He left us behind.
He had that great relationship with Terrence Knighton that he talked about. And maybe we'll never get that story. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm updating the graphic. No, this sucks.
John's graphic, not my graphic.
Yeah, right. Nick will update a great graphic, everybody. Don't worry.
Mine's better, though, because you can actually tell who they are. You can't. It's like it's a nice.
I guess you're not a fan,
but
then.
you need more names
Great,
under there.
Nick. Excellent response, Nick.
People
You should just know who they are, John. Sad. With their win last night, the Broncos moved to 8-5 on the season and 2 games up on the Colts for the last wild card spot. You two were famously anti-Sean Payton when they made this move. Is it time to eat some tomatoes while wearing MAGA hats?
I will eat crow, Nick, is what I will eat here. They have done a really good job. They're going to make the playoffs, John, barring a collapse. Like, they're going to be in. There's going to be 3 AFC West teams that make the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a really strong year, and they're fun to watch. I can't believe it. Not only are they good, but they're fun. And how about Russell Wilson also having a good year? So, like, the reason that we blamed for last year going poorly is also having a semi-good season. Certainly his team is. Totally unexpected with both of those franchises.
I still like to think that the Broncos are succeeding in spite of their head coach.
Nice.
But maybe it's the glasses that he has added now. It offsets the goofiness of the visor. But I got to give it to Denver. I mean, they've rebuilt faster than I thought, and Bo Nix could be the best quarterback out of that class.
Wow. Even above Daniels?
I mean, he's playing better than Daniels right now, though. Daniels had a good season. I still think Daniels is going to have a good career, but Nix is a lot higher than I think a lot of people would have given it back in August.
Oh, yeah.
Even though we lost last night, Jameis Winston still managed to throw 2 touchdowns to Denver players. But help is only a prayer away.
I am a better player, but in times like this, it's an opportunity to continue to glorify the Lord even through the toughest circumstances. I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes. Like that's not me. Like a phenomenal game, offense, do some great things, but I messed it up.
The Lord is going to deliver Jameis. I mean, tell me, Cleveland.
Don't go play at the 50-yard line, Jameis.
Tell me that you don't want this man locked in for at least the next 3 years, Cleveland. Bring us the Jameis experience. Full time.
Just don't pray at the 50-yard line or John's going to get real mad about it.
No, I'm not going to get mad about it. I'm just going to defend the other team's opportunity to defend midfield. But there you go, Jameis. That's who you need to pray to.
Weird.
Jesus, Nick.
Hey, do you think that when Nebraska makes it to the Pinstripe Bowl that there will be Yankee Stadium representatives that run onto the 50-yard line and try to protect their sacred logo from Matt Rule and his players from praying to their God?
Well, it's a neutral field site, so it's really no one. They're not going to care.
That, by the way, that quip about the pick sixes was among the funniest things I've ever heard. That was
Lord,
great.
deliver me from pick sixes.
It's still not as good as the way his face lit up when he talked about the snow.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
So excited about the snow.
That was pretty good.
Again, Team Jameis.
Texans defender Azeez Al-Shahir has been suspended 3 games for his nasty hit on Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence. Is that an acceptable time to be set down?
I would say so. I mean, didn't he do something else, John, earlier in the year? So some of this is the precedent of him and what he's done on the football field. That was a bad hit. And I know quarterbacks get preferential treatment, but the sport sucks when we don't have the superstar quarterback. So, like, I'm okay with it. You can't do that type of crap.
Well, he's sliding. He gave himself up. He went feet first. He was sliding. I get, there are times where you're flying in and you can't stop once you reach midair, but this
was not that.
This was not that. He went in with the intent to go head hunting, and it was completely unacceptable. Heck, I don't mind the idea of Al-Shahir being kept out as long as Trevor Lawrence is out. However long
the rest
that
of the
is.
year?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, is the golden at-bat idea for Major League Baseball a dumb idea or the world's dumbest idea in the history of dumb ideas?
So the golden bat at-bat is there's one time in a baseball game. This is actually being discussed in the
not a
all
pretend
Major League
dumb
Baseball
debate thing.
This isn't some wacky thing that Passon, came up with while he was, smoking marijuana.
Nice.
This is actually something that's being discussed. You get one at bat a game where in a key situation you can break the batting order. And so let's say you're the Dodgers. Let's say you're down by 3 runs. Let's say the bases are loaded and your 9-hole hitter is due up.
Whoa.
You can replace that person with your best hitter, a.k.a. Shohei Ohtani.
Goat.
So basically skip the path in order, and it's called the golden at-bat. This is dumb. This would actually usurp the NBA's magic timeout as the dumbest rule in sports if they even think about doing this.
It's pretty bad, man. I do not like the ghost runner, but at least it disappears for the playoffs. It does not seem like this would disappear for the playoffs. I get the reasoning of wanting more excitement, but this is so convoluted and so stupid. And it's something that we don't see at any level of baseball. This isn't like, say what you will about the magic timeout in the NBA. They do it in women's basketball in college as well. I don't know if they do it in high school. I can't speak to that. I'm just saying, like, at least it happens in other areas. The clock stopping for first downs in football. It doesn't happen in every area, but it does, in college in the last 2 minutes or in high school football. This is ridiculous. This is what, a video game person comes up with to make their video game more exciting. I hate it.
Yeah, this is what happened. This is what would happen if we invented baseball today. They would invent rules like this.
Yeah.
There's a reason why the game has lasted as long as it is, and it's because it's perfect and normal in every way, and we don't need these dumb gimmicks.
It also takes away any opportunity for any fun stories, mythology, or lore to develop, which is the entire bit of baseball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like Bucky Dent. You know, if the Yankees would have had an option, they could have said, "No, let's put Reggie Jackson up in the plate instead of Bucky Dent." Bucky Dent,
Excellent point.
he becomes a legend.
Baseball is probably the last organic sport that's left, and they're trying to make it not organic.
Dumb.
According to Bruce Feldman, Rich Rodriguez and Jimbo Fisher are two names to know in the West Virginia coaching search. One coached there before, Rodriguez, and the other is from there, Fisher. Would either be a good fit?
Well, I mean, Rodriguez did have success there, but I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can run it back again. I mean, was North Carolina happy with the Mac Brown experience part 2? I suppose they were, but are you really making any progress? Are you trying to actually win a conference title and maybe play in a playoff, or are you just trying to make people feel good? I'm just not a huge fan of running things back again. And as far as Jimbo is concerned, I think the sport's better and he's not in it.
I'm with you. I think that Rich Rod would probably be the better pick. I don't think either would be very successful, though, if I'm being honest. I mean, we've seen retreads before, right? Like Mac Brown. How good was Mac Brown? He was solid enough. I guess there probably aren't any regrets, but like they didn't win a conference. I think they made one conference championship game. Rich Rod did have the best success of his entire career there. So, maybe he could try to replicate that. I honestly think the game has passed both guys by.
Some are #mad online that Mike Holmgren is the lone coaching nominee for next year's Pro Football Hall of Fame class. Folks thought that Mike Shanahan should have been considered before him. Also, poor Marty Schottenheimer continues to wait from beyond the grave. What are your takes?
So Schottenheimer, I mean, he's always going to get not screwed, but I mean, he's always going to get hurt, John, by his lack of playoff success. He had a lot of great teams in the regular season, but, never made a Super Bowl and obviously never won a Super Bowl. And that's going to be tough. In terms of Shanahan versus Holmgren, it's really interesting because Shanahan won multiple Super Bowls, reinvigorated the end of the career of John Elway, gave us a certain style of offense that was so good it didn't matter who the running back was in Denver and then even in Washington. Like, when I think of Holmgren, I think of him as he was like an all-encompassing guy with his franchises. I think of him almost more for his front office exploits than I do as a head coach. He did a great job, of course, of wrangling Brett Favre, and he had the most success that anyone would have with Brett Favre. But I think Shanahan deserves a Hall of Fame bust more than I do Holmgren or Schottenheimer for that record.
I can see the argument for Shanahan before Holmgren, but they both have great coaching trees.
Yeah.
Andy Reid comes off the Holmgren tree. Shanahan's got a ton of disciples, many of whom still coaching today, including his son. Certainly the 2 Super Bowls versus the 1 is interesting. I don't have a problem with either. I'm surprised that both aren't being considered at the same time versus just one getting nominated. Maybe the nomination process is different. Maybe they only forward one coaching nominee. I guess I can't say I'm totally familiar with it.
Yeah.
But I think they'll both get in at some point. So I'm not too worried if one's getting in over the other. Someone's got to get in over the other.
Really quick. LeBron James is in the worst shooting slump of his career. And he and folks aren't as bullish on his 82-game goal that he'd set out to play all games. Does old man LeBron need a break to fix his broken shot?
LeBron actually, I did not know this before the season, but he actually set out to play all 82 games this year.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
But he right now is 0 for 19 from 3 in his past 4 games.
Yikes.
It's the worst he has shot from 3 since he missed 24 straight shots in his rookie season.
Wow.
I think he's going to need to take some rest. I mean, I appreciate you trying, LeBron. That's better than a lot of other people will try to do, but you might need to take a rest. Or maybe take some shooting pointers from your kid.
Nice. Man, that's really bad. I don't know if a rest is going to ultimately help him, though, because he's still going to be old when he comes back onto the floor.
Coming up next, what's for dinner on 1620 The Zone.
Down. We're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, take down the graphic real quick. We got to update. Here it is.
We're eating the transfers?
Oh, no.
We're not eating the transfers, but the transfer portal is eating into the depth.
Cannibal John.
James Williams, the latest to join the portal people, which means Nick has to update the graphic. But there's a lot of defensive guys on that list. A lot of guys who would have factored into next season and to the bowl game, who now will not.
You think they're going to end up at FSU?
Good question. Good question. Dinner. Let's see. We had the turkey tenderloin and salad last night.
Nice.
That's what we had.
Brats were great. Thanks for asking. Tonight, leftover thighs, maybe a little rice, maybe some broccoli.
Ooh, yum.
Yeah, look at me expanding my palate.
Soup. I'm going to have soup tonight.
What kind of soup?
Haven't decided yet. I'm going to go to the store and see what sounds good.
So just going to go to the chunky soup aisle and pick out a chunky soup?
I'm going to try to get like the tier above, like Campbell's soup. Like the soup in a bag.
Big bags of soup
in a bag.
Yeah. That's a tier above the canned soup. You need the bag soup. Yeah, the bag soup is better than the canned soup.
It is?
Yes.
Oh. I mean, too bad you didn't have like a deli nearby. You could just get soup from a deli.
Yeah.
Nice. Great reference, John.
Yeah. Like an old man returning soup at a deli.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, it's Wednesday. It's Dumb Debates Day.
Nice.
We got Mike Schaefer, Mitch Holtis, preview of Creighton, Kansas. #1 team in the country is coming to town.
Oh, nice.
The Jayhawkers.
Rock Chalk.
Did you say Dumb Debates?
I did say Dumb Debates.
Don't forget Dumb Debates. We're going to have Dumb Debates.
And will this list tomorrow have to go to a second column?
Oh, boy.
Or should I just keep making the font smaller?
Make the font smaller.
That's a good bit.
Then that's what we'll do.
John,
We'll just keep making this font
remember,
small.
there's going to have to be like 40 guys that enter the portal. So at the very end of the portal season, it's going to be very funny. Very funny. And Nick's graphic will also be very fun, too.
I'm just going to start cramming.
Cram boys.
The cram boys.
We love when our boys cram, don't we, folks?
Yes, we do. So there you go. If you missed anything, check it out in the radio replay section or visit our YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone TV, and you can rewatch the portions of the show you missed.
Oh, that's awesome.
But or just subscribe to the podcast and download it. It just automatically loads on your phone. You just pick and choose the segment you like.
Listen to them all.
And listen to them all.
Listen to them all. We had a great discussion today across many topics.
Across many topics. All right, kids. Until tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Hasta luego.